Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Wednesday. We are back, and we are going to be doing more cats. I do have a little funny aside for you guys for that one. That's, oof, but funny for you guys, for sure. There is, believe it or not, also Backlash from the Laufey trailer, the 20-minute trailer that we saw. And yes, John Blanche died. For those of you who don't know, John Blanche is the iconic artist behind a lot of the most influential artwork for Warhammer 40k. So yeah, it's a bummer, but you know, unfortunately it is one of those things. It just is. I mean, you know, I would love to be able to say more. I mean, but he was a phenomenal artist. He did a lot for Warhammer 40k. He was very, very creative in his designs and everything else. But sadly, it is what it is. Yeah, it wasn't like he was like 32 or anything like that. It just, you know, unfortunately, these things do happen. That's just how it goes sometimes, you know? I'm just sad all the old guard of fantasy art is leaving us. It happens, though, right? Like, nobody can be around forever. It's a bummer, and I get it, but think about it this way. John Blanche's work will live forever. It will. Think of the iconic picture of the Emperor as the Carrion leader sitting on the golden throne. And think of how many people have been inspired by his artwork to not only tell their own stories regarding that, but also specifically to go out and make their own versions of it because of the inspiration that they got from him. So his work will live on. He absolutely, like, his stuff will absolutely live on, for sure. Yeah, John Blanche, yeah. His stuff will absolutely live on. And if it wasn't for him, and I'll be honest, if it wasn't for his artwork and the visuals that he brought to the table, Warhammer 40k, I think would still be a hit, but definitely not as big of a hit as it currently is. John Blanche really, really, really elevated stuff, but sadly, it is what it is, and no one lives forever, you know? It happens. But we got stuff we gotta go through today. Before we do, though, Bleached, Spectre, Aelin, how you all doing? How is everybody? You're a doing. That's fair. Surviving, how you doing? Yeah, today's surviving. Sure. That fits. Trying to decide on what leftovers to have for dinner. Ooh, good stuff. What do you got? What you got for choices? I'm actually probably going to be doing leftovers tomorrow, but I'm going to, like, take some stuff and make it into another thing. Garlic bread, fish, salad. Ooh, fish is always good. Fish is definitely always good. What's going on tomorrow, Spectre? Going to be the day before the bigger day, Friday. Well, that's true and fair. That's true. Speaking of which, just so you guys are aware of what's going on for the rest of this week, I did put it in the schedule channel on Discord. Friday, we have Summer Game Fest. Saturday is the Future Game Show. Sunday is actually the Xbox Game Showcase and the PC Gaming Show, but we are going to be watching both of those on Monday. As I've stated numerous times in the past, I don't know anything about those going into them. I do not watch trailers. I do not look at the news. When those come out, because they typically only come out a couple of hours before I start streaming, I do not watch or vet any of them. I have no idea what any of them entail or anything like that. So that's still going to hold true to the Xbox Game Showcase and the PC Gaming Show, because I'm going to be watching that on Monday, and both of those happen on Sunday. Just so you're aware. Corgi, what's going on? So, yeah. Today we got news and gaming. Tomorrow we got news and gaming. And then Friday is Summer Games Fest. Saturday is the Future Game Show. And then next Monday, this coming Monday, will end up being the Xbox Game Showcase and the PC Gaming Show. So, yeah. And like I said, I don't know anything about what's coming or anything like that other than rumors. I don't watch any trailers. I don't look at any news, nothing like that, because I want to be surprised. Right? And honestly, yesterday was a really, really good surprise, but that actually kind of brings us into things that we got to cover. And there is one surprising thing. Xbox better shadow drop a game with how much they are making me sad this year. Well, here's the thing. Xbox right now is in a really bad way. And unfortunately, I don't know if a shadow drop is going to help them at all. I really don't. Think about it this way. We all loved the Oblivion remaster when it came out. Does anybody talk about it now? I mean, it was good for like 40, 50 hours. Yeah, absolutely. It was great. Does anybody give a shit? It's a bummer. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't see any way in which any sort of shadow drop is going to help them. I don't see it. But speaking of that, this brings us into... Yep, there is Laufey Backlash. We're going to get into that, but there's stuff we got to get into first, and it's a lot of this stuff is stuff we talked about last night a little bit, but it's more in depth, and I wanted to go into it. And there's also one surprising thing aside from Laufey Backlash. No, trust me, it is surprising, this Backlash. Trust me on that. You guys will see. You guys will absolutely see what I mean. But first, let's get into this. We talked about this last night a little bit. PlayStation first-party sales see modest rebound after half a decade decline. PlayStation first-party game sales increased from 28.9 million to 32.1 million copies in fiscal year 2025, making a modest improvement over the past 5 years. This growth coincided with the release of Ghost of Yotei by Sucker Punch Productions, launched 5 years after its predecessor, Ghost of Tsushima. Data collected by GameFile of Sony's annual financial results show the recent increase follows a sharp decline in first-party sales since the peak between spring of 2020 and winter 2021. Sony's first-party figures include games published on PS4 and 5, along with select titles from external studios such as Arrowhead Game Studios, they do Helldivers 2, and Team Ninja. During this period, Sony sold 58.4 million first-party copies, coinciding with the PS5 launch and releases like Last of Us Part 2, Marvel's Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and Demon's Souls. This sales peak occurred during the global COVID lockdowns. 4 years later, despite releases such as Astro Bot and the short-lived Concord, Sony sold less than half its peak volume. Sales declined to 28.9 million in fiscal year 2024 before the recent rebound. GameFile attributed the decline to inconsistent studio output and lengthy AAA development cycles. I partially agree with that, but there's more to it. Earlier this year, Sony shuttered first-party development Dark Outlaw Games as part of several strategic adjustments to support long-term sustainability. Sony also closed Bluepoint Games, a remaster studio known for developing God of War Ragnarok and reissuing Demon's Souls, Shadow of the Colossus and Uncharted, as well as doing the ports for some of the Metal Gear Solid games. Sony is also reportedly scaling back on releasing PS5 exclusives for PC. Sources told Bloomberg that such ports risk damaging the console's brand and could hurt the sales of the PS5 and its successors. Yeah, they worked on Ragnarok, yep. They co-developed it. Now, I bring this up because this was something we talked about last night. They're reportedly scaling back PC ports. Now, we've read this before, but we'll go through it really quick. Sources familiar with the company's plans told Bloomberg the PS5 games have not sold well on the platform. They also said PC ports risk damaging the console's brand and could hurt sales of the PS5 and its successors. A spokesperson for PlayStation declined to provide comment to Bloomberg. Online games, including Marathon and Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, are still expected to launch across multiple platforms. Sony previously published Helldivers 2 on PC at launch, unlike its single-player titles, which have longer periods of exclusivity. Ghost of Yotei and Housemarque's upcoming action title Saros are reportedly staying exclusive to PS5. However, Death Stranding 2 on the Beach and Kena Scars of Cosmora are said to be scheduled for PC ports. Again, this was a few months ago. Sony began bringing major franchises to PC via Steam in 2020, including God of War and The Last of Us. Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut launched on PC in 2024 and was the first PlayStation game to utilize features including trophies, PSN profiles, and friends lists via PS Overlay. There was backlash over PSN connectivity for the PC port of Helldivers 2 in 2024, and Sony eventually backtracked on this requirement. For those of you who don't remember, long story short, they were pushing it so that you had to have a Sony account, and that was the backlash. PC players didn't want to have a PSN account in order to play a fucking game, which is fair. Last month, reports surfaced that Sony may delay the rollout of its next-gen console to 2028 or 29 due to the ongoing AI-driven memory shortage crisis. Fair. Now, no PC port of Yotei? Here's the thing. We don't know. It's not an unfortunately no, Spectre. It is not an unfortunately no. We literally just read it. It is not an unfortunately no. They said they are scaling it back. So instead of it could be 1.5 to 2 years, it very well could be 4 years. We don't know. We have no clue. They said they are scaling it back. That's all they have said. Scaling back does not mean that they are getting rid of it entirely. Yeah. Instead of it being 2 years, it could be 4 years. It very easily could be that. They are scaling it back. They are not shutting it down. And the reason I bring this up is because, again, their sales have been declining, right? This is something that everybody in the video games industry has been dealing with, and they're trying to figure out what the hell to do. COVID, bad as it was for everybody, was a massive time for games. Massive time for games. And then everything went back to normal. Slightly elevated, but everything went back to normal. Do you look like Spectre? No. Spectre sat there and replied, unfortunately, no. That's who I was referring to. Because it's not an unfortunately no, it's a we don't know. So everybody is trying to figure out what to do to bring game sales back to the way that they were when it came to COVID, right? It's not going to happen. Unless there's another global crisis, that's not going to happen. But everybody's trying to figure out how to save this latest iteration and this latest generation of consoles when you have Xbox on fire, PS5 has underperformed since day one, right? It just has. It was never as big as the PS4. It was never as big as the PS3. It certainly wasn't even remotely close to the PS2. Right? So people are trying to figure it out. Sony right now is doing the best they can to keep their heads above water. That's the issue. That's the biggest issue. Sony is trying to figure out what the hell they're supposed to do. We don't know what's going to happen. But they said that and by the way, it's not official. This is the other thing that everybody keeps forgetting. These are rumors. Sony has literally not come out and said anything. Sony hasn't said a damn thing about this. Anytime they're asked, they literally just say no comment. That's it. They haven't said anything. Those were different times. No, that's my point. That's exactly my point. You had video games, and video games were expected to make X amount of money over X amount of years and X amount of time, and even specific video games. They had projected sales, and they had it over time, and they had it initially and everything. Fine. Then COVID hit, and everything blew up. Because everybody was at home, nobody could go anywhere, so they were getting stuff online, they were downloading stuff on Steam and Epic and EA and GOG, and getting stuff from Green Man, and getting stuff from G2A, and they were going nuts, because for the better part of a year, nobody could go anywhere, right? They were seeing sales hand over fist, and to them, it was like, oh shit, we gotta capitalize on this. Now, we don't have that global crisis that we had for that period of time, and things, although we did get more fans of video games, things have calmed down, and they are back, generally speaking, to where they were. That's what it is. So, like, even Twitch is a perfect example, right? Twitch had a massive, massive surge in people checking it out, and same with YouTube, when we had COVID. Now it's roughly down to where it was before. That's how it is. That's how it goes, right? Because people aren't just sitting at home anymore. People are, booking vacations. People are going to conventions. People are going to Ren fairs. People are going outside. People are spending the day at the beach. People are, going to graduations. People are, going around the world. All this stuff that they couldn't do. They were locked in for 2 years. So the money's going somewhere else. So the whole point is, we don't know what's going to happen. Sony's doing the same thing and trying to keep its head above water, just like Xbox is trying to survive. That's the whole thing. They're just trying to survive. This is one of those things where they had games that were being made pre-COVID. COVID hit. Games were still being made, but at maybe half capacity. Now, a lot of these games are finally starting to really come out to fruition, and that's great. But this is years and years and years in the making, and unfortunately, because of the timing of everything, they're not doing as great as they thought they might because of the sales that they got during a global pandemic, which was a massive hit, right? And unfortunately, the way that it works in business, if you have a stellar year, you want to make the next year even more stellar. But when that doesn't happen, it just shows up as a red number in a ledger. And that's all it does. And it takes like 7-8 years before anybody looks back and goes, oh yeah, no, that was a fluke. You know what I mean? Like, that's unfortunate, but that's how it is with business. It just is. I used to deal with that all the time, unfortunately. All the time. And I can tell you, it's also incredible the amount of stupidity that comes from people that are higher up. It does. When I was an assistant manager for Radio Shack, another Radio Shack story as to the stupidity of business, okay? One year, we did stellar on a certain day during cell phone sales. Okay? Did absolutely stellar. That next year, we didn't. It sucked for the whole region. Nobody came in, nobody purchased anything, and so on. Year 3 comes around the same day, and they focused on this, okay? And I was in a conference call with the district manager, so he covered Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, okay? And he was there for all 3 of these years. And he goes, you know, everybody's looking at the sales, and 2 years ago on this particular day, we did absolutely stellar and we did fantastic, and, you know, all the projections and everything said that it was all going to go well. And then last year we bombed, and we bombed really, really hard. We can't allow that to happen again. And I was like, what is so special about this day? I looked it up. You want to know what it was? The Boston Marathon bombing. Geez, I wonder why we did poorly that day. Yeah, of course I did. I looked it up and I'm like, hey, I'm not going to use his real name. Hey, John, you do realize what happened? He's like, no, what? I said, well, there was this kind of little thing last year called, I don't know, the Boston Marathon bombing, which, by the way, is all over the fucking news. I said, there was no way anybody could predict that. I said, why do you think we did so horrible? I said, literally, we've got like 30 stores within walking distance of where the bombing occurred. Do you think anybody's going to want to go anywhere when people are being bombed? And you got millions of people coming out to watch a marathon? No. I hate that about sales. You can almost never match what is projected because each year is different overall. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And unfortunately, the mindset still works the same way when you are even as big as a Sony executive. It's true. It's very, very, very true. So Sony doesn't know what they're doing. And I don't know what it is, but there's this thing about the higher up the food chain you get in a company, it seems like the dumber you get. Or the more you go, oh, well, I mean, it'll be fine. When clearly it's not fine. You know what I mean? Like, chances are, as much as I hate to say it, chances are, when the Las Vegas shooting happened, right, where the guy was shooting down into the concert, chances are, because of all that, there is a period of time that the casino that it was outside of was evacuated, and now it shows a really big red number there for a period of probably about 24 to 48 hours. And chances are, the people higher up who manage the hotel and manage all this stuff and look at all the numbers and everything like that have forgotten all about it and are just going, yeah, well, I don't know. That's stupid. Now we have to make up for it. Like, it sucks, yes, but sometimes there's nothing you can do. They're so high on their cloud that they do not see what normal people see. I mean, to an extent, sure, but at the same time, when you have something that's literally as earth-shattering as a global pandemic or a mass shooting or a mass bombing, that doesn't just affect Joe everybody. That affects literally everyone. You know what I mean? Like, I legit think a lot of CEOs don't give a fuck about people. No, you're absolutely right. They don't. We know that for a fact. They aren't normal people, and they physically and mentally cannot be normal people because they don't care about others. They don't care about stuff like things that you and I care about. Their literal only purpose is to keep making money. I'm not even shitting you. That is their only thing. Like, do you think Jeff Bezos gives a shit about most people? No. But it's not because he's a terrible person. It's because that's the mentality that he has, is to make profit first. Profit at literally any cost. Right? Any of the other billionaires, name them, list them off in your head. They're all the same way. The only thing they care about is money and making more of it. And that's literally their only drive in life. So, yeah, this is Sony doing what Sony can do, or what they think they can do. Does it help us out any? No. But at the same time, let's make no bones about it. Sony's not exactly doing the best either. Microsoft might be on fire, and that's good for Sony, but Sony still has a reputation that they have to keep. And unfortunately, some of the games that have come out in the last couple of years from Sony have been real stinkers. Real stinkers. It's actually a halfway nice guy. I met him a couple times. You're missing the thing though, Corgi. It's not that generally speaking he's a bad guy. It's that when it comes to literally anything else, in terms of, oh well, you know, my aunt is sick, or my best friend is sick, or I have a wedding that I have to go to because my best friend of 30 years is getting married, or things. Most of the time, they don't care about that. They wake up in the morning, they have somebody, you know, shove a golden platter in their face with fucking orange juice that's infused with God knows what, and then they go, okay, what's on the agenda? And everything is planned out for them, and all of it has to do with making more money. And it's unfortunately just one of those things, you know? So yeah, Sony's not doing well. Nobody's doing well right now. I can't remember who said it, but somebody said it this way. This year for video games is great. This year for the video games industry is dog shit. And they're not wrong, sadly. They're really, really not wrong. So it's a much more complicated issue. You got Xbox trying not to fall apart. You got PSN still not figuring it out. Nintendo might be on the same ship, only they are good at keeping it hush-hush. No, Nintendo's not really good at keeping it hush-hush. They're not. Nintendo's found the niche to keep them afloat. So, for instance, why expand out right now as Nintendo when you can clearly guarantee that you're going to get X amount of dollars over X amount of time? Meanwhile, you have companies that are bigger, and that's all well and fine, but they're barely treading water. Right? That's what Nintendo's doing. So Nintendo, it's not that they're doing terrible, it's not that they're doing well, they're just doing. Nintendo just has to give us Pokemon, Zelda, and Mario from time to time. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And on the PC side, Steam is having a hard time delivering on their hardware due to the rising costs of it. It's not just the rising costs of everything, it's also the AI shit. You got chip shortages everywhere, you got memory shortages everywhere, you got all this stuff. It's not necessarily the cost, it's that there are literal fucking entire companies that are going, oh yeah, no, we've been promised hundreds of billions of dollars if we supply in, 4 data centers worth of shit. And then Steam comes along thinking everything's fine, as they should, and every time they look at something, they're like, oh no, sorry, we're out. You're gonna have to wait 8 months. Not going to get easier anytime soon. You're right. It's not. It's not going to get any easier, sadly. But next up, a couple of interesting things. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced ditches the original's Abstergo sections because Desmond's story isn't really the question that's being asked today. I don't think this is a bad thing, by the way. For those of you who don't know, Assassin's Creed, for the longest time, was always 2 different stories going on at the same time. In the first Assassin's Creed, you start out playing a character named Desmond Miles. Now, Desmond Miles actually does have an interesting storyline. The problem is that you go back and forth between the story of Desmond and the story of whatever character is on the cover of the box. But you do it for so long that it feels like you're trying to play 2 different games at the same time. You know what I mean? And it's a bummer. Assassin's Creed has slowly been peeling the modern-day elements out of the series' recent games, so much so that Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced is stripping the original of its Abstergo sections entirely. Why? Well, the remake's game director says Desmond's story is less of an urgent topic in 2026 than it was in 2013. Speaking to Games Radar Plus about the forthcoming pirate adventure, game director Richard Knight says that from the beginning of production, the team, quote, knew we wanted to remake Black Flag, but didn't want to create a one-to-one version. Back then, it was very important to know what happened to Desmond's friends, he explains. But what we want to do is take Black Flag and update it and modernize it for today. So we knew we didn't need to change certain things. You can still play the original Black Flag, but this one, to me, is the latest Assassin's Creed. It's the post-Shadows Assassin's Creed. It's still an authentic retelling, but it's also a new retelling. Which is fine. Straight after Desmond's bitter finale in Assassin's Creed 3, Knight says people really wanted to know what happened to Desmond's friends and Abstergo. Over a decade and a bajillion AC games later, that thread's not quite as enticing to follow. Quote, that's not really the question that's being asked today in the face of Shadows and Mirage and so on. I suspect that Resynced scrubs those original modern-day sections, the ones that had your iPad-wielding protagonist walking around the Abstergo offices, now posing as a game dev studio, because a lot of those storylines fizzled out or went nowhere and would probably be very confusing for anyone who jumped into the series post-Origins, which I think is true. We knew what we wanted to do was continue what's been starting to be told with Shadows, but we also wanted something that ties directly to the game you're playing, so something to Edward's experience, Knight explains. What we came up with is these 4 rifts that you can find if you so choose, or you can choose to ignore them and just be Edward, the pirate and the assassin, and stick to that. They tell these what-if scenarios so that it still feels tied to the game, so even if you do go find this modern-day experience, you're still playing Black Flag Resynced. You're still playing Edward's adventure, and you don't feel like you've taken a break for hours. And I think that last portion is the biggest thing. Desmond's story by itself, really interesting and cool. Desmond's story tied into literally all the games he was a part of, kind of crap. Because you'd spend hours doing that stuff. And you would get bored. And finally, when you went back to Altair, or you went back to whomever, it was like, oh, thank God. Finally. It's like sitting through a 3-hour movie and only the last hour is interesting. So them getting rid of the Desmond stuff, that's fair. In all honesty, I think that's fair. What do you guys think? Actual question, no one liked the poor guy. I don't necessarily think it's that people didn't like him. I think it's the fact that they were trying to do too much, and the stuff where you're back in the past was much more interesting than the story that they were trying to tell with Desmond. So when you went from playing as Altair or playing as anybody else in these stories and everything like that, and now all of a sudden all you got is a fucking iPad and you're locked to first person most of the time unless you're actually like doing some sort of parkour, it was boring. It was really boring compared to literally the rest of the game. They could have taken the Desmond stuff and made it an entire game in and of itself, and I think it would have been fine. But didn't go that way, sadly. You like it better now, honestly? Yeah, I think I do too. I think I do too. I understand why they did it initially. They were trying to give people more for their money. And that's not necessarily a bad idea, and they were trying to tie things in. But the problem that I always had with actually most of the old Assassin's Creed games were always the Desmond segments. Always. Like, I'd get to the point, and I'd get to that cutoff point, and it'd switch back over to Desmond, and I'd be like, oh, fuck. All right, guess I gotta go through this. And then just as it would start to get interesting, boom, you're back in the Animus. You know what I mean? Like, there was a lot of whiplash. At least for me, there was a lot of whiplash. But having said that, this brings us to our next thing. Black Flag Resynced is definitely a remake, but its original director couldn't feel where the original content ends and the new content begins. I think that's a good thing. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced is really and truly a remake of the classic pirate adventure, but Ubisoft says it's not taking very many liberties. Resynced is seemingly being faithful to the original game rather than following Capcom or Squeenix's remake playbook. Speaking to Games Radar Plus about where the remake sits in the series history, Ubisoft Singapore design director Julian Koch says Black Flag Resynced is a love letter to the original, but it's still definitely a remake, because the team have, by and large, literally had to make most things again, from the assets to the combat and parkour. For the barrel, the metrics needed to change because of the crouch, the new level of detail we were adding, the parkour needs to follow, what we're redoing the collision as well. The base of the gameplay is the same, all of the same design, but we have more tools to play with. But it needed to be rebuilt from the ground, he explains. Resynced's creative director Paul Fu says it's definitely an old-school classic Assassin's Creed, and despite most systems and assets being rebuilt for the modern era, most of it doesn't change, according to Fu. We simply added on to it. We asked ourselves questions like, should there be dialogue choice? The obvious answer would be no. Should it be an RPG? No. So we kept it as an action-adventure game. Whenever the team toyed around with implementing something entirely new that wasn't in the original, Fu says they turned to original creative director and current brand manager Jean Gesden for advice. That was a guiding light for us throughout the entire project, Fu says, especially during the conception phases. We had to create guidelines for every single department, whether it was level design or art direction. Every single department had guidelines on how to keep the game authentic and sincere to its spirit. Apparently, Gesden himself said that he almost couldn't feel where the original content ends and the new content begins. That new content includes new scenes and quests that flesh out the swashbuckling story told in 2013. You myself, no one really cares. Well, I mean, what's your opinion on it? That's why I asked. You just gonna wait and see how it goes? I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair. I personally, I thought about it and I went, you know what? Desmond's story could have been its own Assassin's Creed game, and I think it would have been great. But flopping back and forth like you did, kind of rough. So I don't mind them taking it out, and I also don't mind how they went about the remake. I think that's actually really cool. And to be fair, it's the same kind of thing that they did with Metal Gear Solid Delta, which I think everybody genuinely really liked. So it wasn't that they were taking away, it wasn't that they were bringing in something that was outrageous or anything like that. It just added little things here and there that made it even better, which I think is awesome, right? So one of the things that I always point to with Metal Gear Solid Delta is at the very end, you beat Volgin, and he's sitting there and he's being electrocuted, right, on top of the Shagohod, and for a minute, there's this new cut, not even a minute, it's only a few seconds. You have this cutscene where he's on fire, and there's this quick flash where he turns into what is known as the Man on Fire for Metal Gear Solid 5. And for people who have only been able to play Metal Gear Solid 5, because up until basically now, they haven't been able to play, or recently, they haven't been able to play 1, 2, 3, 4, or hell, even Peace Walker, that's kind of a huge deal. And it was a huge deal made in only a couple seconds, which is really cool. I think it's great that there's a mix of old and new content, makes it feel fresh. Yes, I do too. And if it's just going to add to how great the game already is, I think that's a good idea. I think that's a fantastic idea. I really do. I mean, before we move on, let me ask you guys this. Let's say they ended up, because these are two parts of the same story, but let's say they took all the Desmond stuff and they made it into its own game. Would you guys play it? Like, let's say the Desmond stuff never existed up until now. And they came out and they announced that the new Assassin's Creed was going to take place in modern day, and it was going to be about a guy whose father was an assassin, and he had been hiding from the Templars in modern day, but he, through a series of very unfortunate events for him, was being forced to relive certain things throughout his own family history and stuff like that, so that the Templars could unlock secrets that would help them attain ultimate power. To me, that actually sounds like a pretty good Assassin's Creed game. A modern day Assassin's Creed sounds fun. Yeah, right? I'd give it a shot. To me, that sounds really interesting. That's what they were doing with Desmond's story. The problem is that you would go from being in Italy, or being in ancient Israel, or being in, ancient Nordic times, or being in ancient Egypt, or being in ancient Syria and Iraq, or like being in all these places, and you got all this action going on, and then sharp cut. Now all of a sudden you're wielding an iPad, you're stuck to first person, you're talking to people you don't know, you have no idea what's going on, and for the next 3 hours you're stuck that way. That was kind of the issue. My issue with this story is that he felt a lot like someone just being jerked around IRC, and he was. When we first meet him, and this is something that kind of gets glossed over, I actually had to go back and look it up. When we first meet Desmond, he is being jerked around, absolutely. And he's being jerked around because he is not... he's not working for Abstergo. Abstergo is controlling him because he is actually, he's a prisoner. They literally kidnapped him because he is, for all intents and purposes, the last assassin. And Abstergo is basically there. It's a legitimate business, but it's being run by the Templars in modern day. Yeah, he's being jerked around. They're controlling him. So what he does throughout the events of when we first meet him is quite literally everything that he's being told to do, for the most part, because he does escape. Joke's on us, it meant nothing. No, I mean, in all honesty, it did. But the problem is that if you didn't play all of the Assassin's Creed games, you'd never know it. That's kind of the issue. There were a lot of stories that went nowhere, but that's because they were trying to focus on the Desmond stuff. But then things just got so convoluted because I don't think they realized where they wanted to take it, and it just got so weird. So for instance, and I looked up his story. He started out as basically living off the grid, because he is the last assassin, because his dad was an assassin, and his dad was killed by the Templars, and he spent most of his life until we meet him, basically hiding under the radar. He finally decides to start living a normal life because nothing happens to him, and then he ends up getting kidnapped by Abstergo and forced to go through the Animus and relive all these previous things. He then escapes Abstergo, and through the help of another party that knows what the Templars are up to, and they create their own version of the Animus, trying to find the same secrets that the Templars are in order to stop the Templars from gaining ultimate power. The problem is that through all of this, somehow they went through that really interesting and compelling storyline to now all of a sudden the Templars are doing something to gain ultimate power, but they also somehow don't know that there's this giant solar flare that's basically going to not destroy the Earth, but it's gonna turn the Earth into a wasteland, because it's basically just gonna be a giant EMP. All electronics, all technology, everything like that is gonna be gone. We'll be sent back to the Dark Ages. And then Desmond says, well, I can't let that happen. He goes and finds a MacGuffin, and then he uses the MacGuffin and plugs himself into a thing, and then that stops the solar flare at the end, and Desmond's consciousness gets uploaded to the system that he was plugged into, and he becomes an AI that has the specific purpose of making sure that if another massive global emergency ever happens like that again, it can be stopped before it becomes a problem. Like, in a nutshell, that is basically his whole story. That sounds random. It really does. It really sounds random. And even if I read it word for word, right? I'll do this. Desmond Miles. Right? So it goes through his past, all this stuff, right? Talking about the Animus and how he was kidnapped and you know, getting the knowledge from Ezio's memories and yada, 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 and getting the Apple of Eden and so forth. Then, though successful in obtaining the artifact, Desmond's body was taken over by Juno, a member of the Isu, and was made to stab Lucy after Juno revealed her to be a traitor. Juno was this rival AI, right? As a result of the shock, Desmond fell into a coma and was placed in the Black Room, the safe mode of the Animus, in an attempt to stabilize his condition with the help of the virtual construct Clay Kazmarek, Subject 16 of Abstergo's Animus project. Desmond was able to regain consciousness and found himself located in the state of New York once more, this time with Rebecca, Sean, and his father, William. While in the Grand Temple, Desmond relived the memories of Hatham Kenway, and that guy, to find the key, the sanctum containing the device needed to prevent the devastating solar flare. He also undertook field missions to retrieve power sources for the temple, coming into conflict with the Templar Daniel Cross. After his father was captured, Desmond rescued him from Abstergo and assassinated Cross and Warren Vidic in the process. After finding the key, Desmond opened the sanctum but discovered he had been misled. He learned that the device would save the world, but also unleash Juno, who had been imprisoned because of her hatred for humanity. Using the device would also claim Desmond's life. Regardless, Desmond chose to sacrifice himself for humanity's survival while expressing faith that the assassins would find a way to stop the new threat. Unbeknownst to his fellow assassins, a fragment of Desmond's consciousness survived in his sacrifice, being uploaded to the Gray, a digital space created by the Isu. Losing all memories of his past life, this new incarnation of Desmond became known as the Reader and took it upon himself to analyze calculations for the rest of eternity to prevent future cataclysms which were bound to reoccur. So even as an official synopsis, it sounds random as shit and doesn't make sense.
Here we go again.
True. So true, Corgi. Also, I'm not sure where that came from, but thank you so much, Corgi. I appreciate it. So yeah, it's really weird. Really, really, really weird. But that's why the Desmond stuff, he just becomes a construct after all this. Yes. After everything he goes through and all the games that he's in, he literally just becomes a construct at the end. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, Corgi, thank you. Appreciate that, buddy. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Next up, we got a surprising thing. And we're not at Laufey yet, but we will be. Have to leave in about 30 or 40? Well, don't worry, because we're getting to the surprising stuff pretty quick, Bleached. Michael Jackson nearly made a game called Dark Rim with Enter the Matrix studio Shiny Entertainment. Michael Jackson was once in talks with Enter the Matrix and Earthworm Jim Studios' Shiny Entertainment to make a video game together, it's been revealed. In a new article on his blog, as spotted by Time Extension, Shiny Entertainment founder David Perry said he first met Jackson while the studio was working on Enter the Matrix. Perry received a call from Jackson's Neverland Ranch explaining that he was a huge fan of the Matrix and was wondering if it was possible for him to play Enter the Matrix before it was released. According to Perry, he traveled to the ranch to show Jackson the game, during which an impromptu egg fight broke out and he nearly hit Jackson's son in the face with an egg. After this meeting, Jackson reportedly invited Perry and writer David Freeman to the ranch to come up with a new idea for a video game, which Perry says was not intended to be a vanity project. The obvious version would have been Michael Jackson the Game, where you play as Michael, dance, perform, maybe fight bad guys with music, he recalled, but that was not the interesting version. Michael had already done Moonwalker. We wanted something bigger and more surprising. Instead, the trio came up with a serious, cinematic, third-person action-adventure game, where Jackson would not be the main character, but would instead offer original music, imagination, access to the worlds of film and celebrity, and his unique sense of wonder. Perry said the game had a number of working titles, the last of which was Dark Rim. Although he hasn't shared images from his folder of documents, he said the game started off as a fantasy action-adventure about kingdoms, war, magic, and a hero caught between different versions of the truth, before evolving into something darker and more psychological, dreams, depression, consciousness, and a hidden realm beyond sleep. Oh, welcome back, Corgi. One of the recurring gameplay ideas was remote possession, he explained. You might fly over a battlefield through the eyes of an eagle, then transfer your spirit into another character and control them. You might possess an enemy to open a gate, or take over a creature and turn it against its master. The idea was not just to give the player weapons, but to give them powers that changed how they thought about space, identity, and control. There were gifted children in villages who could teach you unique abilities. There were battles that were not just fights, but wars already in motion when you arrived. There were villains manipulating kingdoms from behind a veil. There were ideas about illusion, sound, magic, and the mind. It was ambitious, maybe too ambitious, but that was the point. The plan was to also have Jackson create an entirely new album's worth of music and make it exclusive to the game, in an attempt to encourage more of his fans to play video games for the first time. At the time, games were already enormous, but there were still millions of people who did not really understand them, he recalled. They thought games were for someone else, for kids or teenagers or gamers. But Michael's audience was global. It crossed generations, countries, and cultures. If the only way to hear his next album was to play a video game, then a huge number of people would play a video game for the first time. We discussed that his record company would initially freak out until they heard that a deluxe album would follow with the game release. Perry says that the game never released because life took its turn. Although he doesn't specify exactly what that means, the release of Enter the Matrix in May of 2003 came just 3 months after journalist Martin Bashir's controversial documentary Living with Michael Jackson, and 7 months before Jackson was charged with 7 counts of that, of which he was acquitted in 2005. Sometimes the projects that never ship still leave a mark, Perry concluded. This one certainly did for me. It reminded me that the best creative ideas often begin as a slightly insane question. What if the only way to hear Michael Jackson's next album was to play a video game? And for one brief moment at Neverland, that did not sound insane at all. It sounded possible. So confused. It was a different channel, but thought I heard Yotai-kun. Weird. That is weird. But yeah, so there was almost another game made by Michael Jackson, but it wouldn't star Michael Jackson, which would have been interesting. Oh, you talking. Gotcha. Yeah, that's weird. Now, off to the races with the final big thing before we get into a trailer that I want to talk about. Of course, David Jaffe thinks God of War Laufey looks like shit. I mean, in this day and age, something like that wouldn't surprise me for a music artist. That's fair, Aylin. Totally fair. Yesterday, during the first of many major showcases this summer, PlayStation revealed the heavily rumored God of War title based on Kratos' wife, Faye. Titled God of War Laufey, the game ties into the events of the 2018 reboot as players enter the afterlife with Faye and a cube. Any new God of War game is met with excitement, however, there is one person who wasn't impressed with the reveal at all. Series creator David Jaffe, who said the game looks like shit. Jaffe live-streamed his reactions to yesterday's State of Play, casting judgment on everything revealed by PlayStation, and he was generally positive about the event. There were 2 games in particular that he didn't seem to like, though. Marvel's Wolverine and God of War Laufey. This is where things kind of get interesting, though. The developer turned YouTuber felt that Wolverine was very generic looking from a gameplay standpoint, but he unsurprisingly had more scathing things to say about Laufey. That looks like shit, I'm going to be honest with you, he remarks after the show ends. Reminds me of that game Forspoken. Here's the thing I'm thinking when I watch that trailer. It feels to me like it's become a producer's studio. Corey is staggeringly talented. He's a much better writer than I ever was. He's a smart guy. I feel it feels very much like he got forced into a situation where it's like, we can't give you money to make a brand new thing. You try to do what you want, but do it in the context of God of War. I'm just making this shit up. I don't know if that's why it looks that way. It just feels so uninspired and so dull. He adds that it's dead. That game is not going to do well for what they expect it to do before unleashing another barrage of criticism. This just feels like Corey or someone wanted to write a fantasy story, he tells viewers. You've lost the gore and violence of the first game. You've lost the character. You already lost him after 2018 because he changed so much he wasn't Kratos anymore. Now you've lost the identifiable mythology of it. You've lost me with the cube and the little Disney character at the beginning. It just seems like a fantasy. While he didn't enjoy elements of the trailer, namely the combat, Jaffe hammers home the fact that he feels the game looks a bit dull. If they had taken God of War off the title and you didn't know the God of War story and there wasn't Kratos, it was just a story about a goddess who died, you wouldn't be talking about it. This looks like more of the same shit. It's really fucking goofy, man. Nobody pulled somebody aside and said, this is not God of War. I don't know what the fuck it is. It looks dull, it looks repetitive, it looks like it's been there, done that. The cover is terrible, the name is terrible, it looks like Forspoken, it's got that flavor to it, it feels very uninspired. Yeah, no, David Jaffe doesn't like Forspoken at all. And to be fair, a lot of people did not like Forspoken. A lot of people really did not like Forspoken. So, having said this, I do have to throw a caveat in there because there was a little surprising thing. Earlier, Bleach brought up that it could be, oh, well, it's because she's ugly and this and the other thing. No, not even remotely. Someone has his jimmies ruffled because they're not doing things his way anymore. That's true, right? But here we go. Here's the interesting part. People, apparently, on social media, go figure, were pissing and moaning about Laufey's looks because, admittedly, in some scenes that we saw in that 20-minute trailer, it did not look like Debbie. Like, when we first see her and she's laying on the ground, at first I went, did they change her out? So, understandably, I can understand what they're saying in that instance. Now, I don't think the character is ugly by any means, right? Could it, you know, it definitely could have been better. I agree, Corgi, right? But then finally, when you start getting into stuff and she actually starts talking and she starts moving, oh yeah, no, it's Debbie. Absolutely. 100% it's Debbie, right? It's just initially when you see her laying on the ground, it does not look like her. So a lot of people were critical about it not looking enough like her. It's kind of funny to me, both games he's hating on have female leads. Okay, but here's the problem. Tough to recommend. Yeah, Mixed is about right. It's a shame there's a really good basis for a game here. The spells are cool, the combat is great, and the main story is even quite good. Unfortunately, it's all bogged down massively by the open world. I get it, the world's ended. But far out, the POIs are all the same checkboxes on a list. This would have been an incredible with a party. Tragic, really. The DLC shows what a glimpse of what could have been. Good. Combat, main story, tons of spells. Dare I say the world traversal is as good as the Spider-Man game. The one point of the crafting system is being able to put any skill you found on anything. Bad. Open world is big, but absolutely devoid of charm and personality. It's fine to be devoid of life. It's not fine to be boring. Switching between spells starts to get clunky when you have a ton of them. Environments are all blind as hell, with 1% of the views being awe-inspiring. It's a 2023 game that looks like it came out in 2015. 99% of the rewards for exploring is crafting materials. Crafting system mostly sucks. Music is forgettable. Phrase personality and dialogue with Cuff is fully subjective. I found it endearing. It's not a good game, but he keeps harping on it, and they're both female POV games, so just say, yeah, but what is it that you're saying? That's the whole thing. David Jaffe can be a piece of crap, sure, but that doesn't mean that he's harping on literally Laufey because it's a female antagonist. Like, he literally said, it feels like Forspoken. It feels uninspired. And that is one of the biggest criticisms when it comes to Forspoken. You have a lot of good things and a lot of cool stuff to it, but then everything opens up and there's nothing there. There's literally nothing there. You could tell, even when it came out, the game was half-baked. And it's so half-baked, the game, literally the dev studio closed down a month after it released. Yeah, you played, so what? And with that being his chosen thing to hate, he's coming off in one way. Okay, I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, there's a bias there. Now, I'm not saying that the bias isn't justified, but this is notorious for being a shit game. And will be notorious for being a bomb for years to come. Because this is one of the first times that we can think of in recent memory where it was so fucking bad and so uninspired that literally an entire company full of developers was shut down in less than a month. I've seen people play Forspoken. I watched play Forspoken. I watched a bunch of other streamers play Forspoken because I was on the fence about it, and I was like, maybe I should give it a shot. But I actually sat down and watched them play it, and a lot of the time, I was sitting there going, where the fuck is everything? And again, like, the story itself, is it the best thing in the world? No. But is it the worst thing in the world? Not even close. The story's cool to an extent, sure. I would have liked to have seen more when it came to the story, but unfortunately, 90% of the time, you're walking around and there's a whole lot of nothing. Like, you're literally fighting, like, the same, like, 4 or 5 enemy types, and then you go into a dungeon, and the dungeon looks the same as the previous 30 dungeons that you've done, except for the big bad monster at the end of it. That's about it. So, Bleach, I get what you're saying, and I understand the bias, but at the same time, Forspoken is always, for years to come, Forspoken is absolutely going to be used as an example as to what not to do. And the only reason why I'm bringing that up, and I'm not defending David Jaffe's opinion, because me personally, I think his opinion's crap when it comes to Laufey. I don't see where he's saying it's uninspired, but I think it's important to note that even though, yes, David Jaffe definitely has opinions about certain things, and definitely likes things a certain way, that doesn't necessarily make what he's saying in terms of how bad another game is untrue or unjustified. Mid is a fair description, yeah. Remember on day one, the final cutscene, or the first cutscene, it would freeze to download the rest of the game? Yep. The preload was pretty bad day one. Yep. I thought of giving it a try. Will only buy it at a heavy discount, though. Yeah, because even right now, it's still $70. Even right now, it's still $70, which is crazy. So yeah, Bleach, I'm not discounting what you're saying, but what he is saying specifically, I think it's the fact that he's more mad that he's not in charge of Kratos anymore. In all honesty, I think that's what it is. I really, really feel that Aelin nailed it. He's pissy because he sees the success that God of War and God of War Ragnarok had, and he really couldn't argue either of those. But now, because the game has fundamentally changed to another character, even if it's only going to be a one-off, he's got ammo to shit on it. Because now he can sit there and go, see, everything I was saying is true. This is uninspired. This is dog shit. This looks stupid. This looks dumb. They added a Disney character. They added Jack Quaid for a cube and like all this other shit. Now he's got the ammunition to finally come out and say what he wanted to say. But he couldn't say it before because literally everyone would have turned around and told him shut the fuck up. Me personally, I think that's what's going on. And then, to make matters even worse, hope we get to do it with this game. In all honesty, I'm excited to play this. If and when it comes out for PC, I want to play this game. This game looks fun. Which evidently he needs told. Oh, he absolutely needs to be told to shut up. 100%. I agree. And it's not just for his God of War takes. He's like, yeah. Right? But like, I feel like this game looks like a lot of fun. I really do. It looks a lot more fluid than God of War 2018 or God of War Ragnarok was in terms of combat and movement, which is really, really nice. It's not Kratos. And although I like my God of War games as Kratos, I think that there's potential here to do a thing. And that thing specifically is to show how important Faye was to Kratos. Kratos' story is done. We have so many other deities and cultures we could use. Well, I don't know. And I'll tell you why in a second. The one thing that God of War 2018 and Ragnarok both did is tell us that Faye was very important to Kratos, right? Well, if she's so important, then why is she barely in the game? I understand she's dead, but that hasn't stopped anybody in the past from doing flashbacks or, multiple flashbacks or doing multiple scenes where, maybe the dead come from the afterlife and help him out and stuff like. But she was barely in either game. So to emphasize how important of a character she was, especially after we really didn't see a whole hell of a lot from her in the previous two games, I don't necessarily think it's a bad idea to have a game that goes back And during the events of the 2018 and Ragnarok, showing what is going on with Faye at the same time. Showing that she's trying to get back. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Now, in terms of Kratos' story being done, here's my thing with Kratos. The original God of War stuff, yes, is done. But just because the original God of War stuff is done doesn't mean that we can't take Kratos and go somewhere else. Kratos is a god. He lives forever. That's what gods do. They live forever. That in this world, gods live forever. He became the God of War by quite literally killing the God of War, right? That's how he was able to take on all the other gods in that pantheon. That's why he was able to go, that's why he was able to travel north and finally end up settling in the Nordic lands. And that's why he's able to stand toe-to-toe with Thor and stand toe-to-toe with all the gods in that pantheon and everything else, right? I have no problem with him being the vessel that takes us to ancient Egypt, or takes us to ancient China, or takes us to ancient India, or takes us to ancient Japan, or Korea, or Laos, or wherever else. I have no issue with him being that guy. I have no issue with him being that guy whatsoever. Because if we get more of, okay, here's how this pantheon works, and they're going to do the same due diligence that they did not only with the Greek pantheon, but also with the Nordic pantheon of gods, and they do it with ancient China, ancient Chinese mythology, ancient Japanese mythology, or what ancient Egyptian mythology, anything like that, I'd be all for that kind of game, 100%. I'd be all for it. Am I crazy for saying that this game interests me more because it does not have Kratos on it? Kratos is in it. He's in it. But he's probably in it just about as much as Faye was in the last two games. In part because I still want to know who the red guy with fire deity. Yeah, and I'm sure we'll find out. Hold on a sec. What are we holding on for, Corgi? Am I crazy for saying that this game interests me because the main playable character is not Kratos? No. No, not at all. Not at all. Corgi said it before, right? Where he would like to see an Atreus game. Now, I know that there are people who would really like that, and I know Corgi's one of them, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I personally did not like Atreus at all. I was not a fan of Atreus whatsoever. Even in 2018, I couldn't stand him whatsoever. I thought... I can understand why they made him. I don't discount him in terms of being integral to the story that they were trying to tell, but I can't stand him. It's not even that I don't want to be a dad or anything like that. It's quite literally that the character is only there to fuck everything up. Apparently I've ignored Spectre somehow, and I don't know how or why or how to fix it. It might just be Twitch, Corgi. It might just be a Twitch issue. Like, I've been hearing recently there are a lot of problems with Twitch anyway, especially when it comes to chat stuff. My chat is very glitchy sometimes, yeah. especially when it comes to chat stuff, it's been weird the last couple of months. So you're not the only one at all. I wouldn't necessarily say it's your fault out of the gate. Not at all. It very well could be that it's a Twitch thing, and for whatever reason it didn't pop up for you. It'll skip about 1/3 of all the messages. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Atreus was a little better in Ragnarok. My problem with Atreus is that literally the problem is in 2018, Atreus, literally his defining characteristic is, I fuck things up. That is all I do. I fuck everything up, to the point where my life and my father's life have been irrevocably changed because I'm too stupid to listen. And then he gets a little bit older, and now because he's a teenager, it's even worse, but worse to the point where now he's actively putting himself in harm's way, and then all of a sudden he starts to resent his father because his father is, as a reaction, is doing what a father would do, and all he's doing is getting more pissed off about it. I use mobile. Touchscreens are bad. Well, yeah, and to be fair, Corgi, Twitch mobile, not the best thing in the world at all. So, yeah, it very well could be that something got missed and it never came up for you. Twitch mobile's always been kind of junk. But yeah, I mean, that's the problem with Atreus, right? And then, at the end, Atreus is like, yeah, no, there's this girl that I like, and I'm gonna go fuck off, and she and I are gonna go do things, because obviously I'm nothing but a burden to you, but saying it condescendingly, and then just fucks off. Meanwhile, dear old dad, who didn't want anything to do with this in the first place, for those 2 games, has literally been fighting gods. The most powerful beings on the planet, he's been having to fight and get his shit kicked in, and get his face pounded, and doing all of this because he loves his son, and because he wants to make sure, just like any parent does, that his son doesn't end up in trouble, his son doesn't end up dead, his son doesn't end up in jeopardy, nobody's taking advantage of him, and all this other stuff. And at no point was there anything where it was something that Atreus reflected on and went, yeah, you know what? Maybe a lot of this is my fault because I've been an idiot. There was no redeeming thing. And that's why I was really hoping for that, but they never had it. And that's why I don't like Atreus, because usually when it comes to stuff like that, usually there would be a moment in a story where somebody is able to reflect on things and go, you know what? Maybe they were right. Maybe, although I had the greatest of intentions, things didn't show up the way that they should have, or I didn't do something right, and so on, and now we're in this situation because of something that I did. Atreus never had that realization. Never. That, to me, is why I'm not the biggest fan of Atreus. Because it's literally, without any sort of realization, it literally just turns into, here is a guy who did what he did in the previous games, realizes that he has to break the cycle, settles down, marries, has a kid, and becomes a widower, whose kid then turns around and fucks it all up, not only for himself, but for his father as well. So now he has to do the one thing that he doesn't want to do anymore, specifically to make sure that not only does his son survive, but also make sure that his son can at least have the choice to do what he wants to do. That's literally all the game ends up being, unfortunately. Speaking of kids might complete a Paris Island. Hell yeah. Nice. But then to make matters worse, okay, even Domino's Pizza is throwing shade at God of War Laufey. Normally I wouldn't give a shit, but the 20-minute demo was packed with fast-paced, flashy attacks, interesting lore reveals like the Everywen and new mythologies, and never-before-seen characters delivering on exactly what one would expect from a game led by Kratos' wife, Faye. Yet it's this very protagonist shift that has contributed to a shockingly mixed reception of God of War Laufey, even with Domino's Pizza joining in on the criticism. Thus far, God of War Laufey's criticism is twofold. First, there are players who dislike the presence of humor and banter in the game, comparing it to that of a Marvel movie and disliking the Cube character Frank, who is portrayed by Jack Quaid. Also, guys, I really want a Frank action figure. Maybe that's just me, but I'm a big fan of Jack Quaid, and I don't think it was insulting in any way. I really don't. Maybe that's just me. An even larger point of contention is that God of War Laufey, like its title suggests, focuses on a character other than the Ghost of Sparta himself. With every game in the God of War franchise thus far, even the side-scrolling spin-off Sons of Sparta, focusing on Kratos, many are struggling to come to terms with this interquel featuring a new lead. And it seems like one of the players against the change is the social media manager for Domino's UK. This is the tweet. God of War game with no Kratos equals pepperoni passion with no pepperoni. As indicated by Domino's UK tweet above, God of War Laufey critics, including original creator and known Norse saga critic David Jaffe, clearly believe that a God of War entry without Kratos as a protagonist just isn't right, with the new game compared to pepperoni pizza without the pepperoni, its key ingredient. While it's a strange place to see this kind of criticism, and is realistically just a move by Domino's PR to get the brand some extra attention off the back of gaming's latest controversy, it does feel like a win for the side of God of War Laufey's critics. Perhaps some people genuinely won't be giving the game a chance because of its lead character, though this does seem like a strange approach to take when early footage was so promising. After all, there is no shortage of great spin-off games that swap out the lead character for someone new, yet shine just as bright. Uncharted did it with Lost Legacy, Halo did it with ODST and Reach, and Metal Gear Solid 2 became a beloved classic, not to mention Metal Gear Rising, despite Raiden filling Solid Snake's shoes for 80% of the game. It's perhaps that last game that is the greatest example of all, as though there was a lot of backlash toward Raiden initially, his story eventually won many over. With God of War Laufey boasting gorgeous visuals, an established character many wanted to know more about, combat that restores aerial combos, and a bold setting that can highlight different mythologies at the same time, it's easy to imagine it falling into the same category as the games listed above. Regardless, companies completely unrelated to the gaming industry commenting on the controversy suggests that it won't be going anywhere anytime soon. In practically every comment section for every post about God of War Laufey's reveal, players can be seen debating the protagonist's shift. Some will be getting out ahead of the naysayers and pointing to the epic combat and interesting story potential as clear reasons to be excited. Others will be sharing their disappointment in the new direction, and as usual, some particularly unsavory gamers will be seen crying God of Woke and complaining about the fact that Faye is a woman, a depressing reminder of how toxic gaming is. Sexism can't be ignored as a contributor to the backlash, as if it was a male protagonist leading the game, a whole extra crowd hopping aboard the hate train would surely be silent. With no release date yet for Laufey available, the debate about whether the series can thrive without its original lead will undoubtedly continue for several months. If the game does succeed, a world of opportunities becomes available, such as an Atreus spin-off, but if it fails, God of War may never get another chance to move beyond the large shadow cast by the Ghost of Sparta. Here's my take on this, and I'm probably shooting myself in the foot in the future for this one, but I'm going to say it anyway. Hey, Domino's, make fucking pizza. Shut up and make your fucking pizza. When I order my goddamn pizza, make it. Otherwise, shut up. Yeah, your pizza sucks and you skimp on toppings on purpose. Signed a former Domino's worker. Yeah. You know what I don't do? You know what I never think? When I have to settle, by the way, when I have to settle for Domino's. Okay? When I have to settle for Domino's, you know what I don't go to Domino's for? Their pizza. The only reason why I go to Domino's is because if I buy a pizza, reluctantly, I get a fucking deal on their boneless wings. Or I get a free fucking chocolate lava cake. Make my fucking pizza, make my fucking boneless wings, and shut up. That's all they need to do. Stick to what you know. Problem is they don't know it well anymore. That's true. To be fair, their pizza is only good 5 minutes after it comes out of the oven. Right. That's all well and fine. But when it takes 10 minutes to package the motherfucker and at least another 30 for it to get to me, then it's not so good. Are you crazy for saying Domino's sucks? No. Not at all. Not whatsoever. No, Little Caesars, in my opinion, is better. 100%. Little Caesars pizza is better. Papa Gino's pizza is better. There are tons of mom and pop shops all over the country that make pizza. And literally their whole shtick is to be a local mom and pop pizza joint, and they are infinitely better than Domino's. I do not go to Domino's for their pizza. I buy their pizza because they have a great deal, because that means I can get more of the stuff that I want if I buy a pizza, but typically the pizza is the furthest thing from my mind because I can list off at least half a dozen other massive franchises that do pizza way better. Pizza Hut pizza is better than Domino's. And that's saying something. I love Hungry Howie's and their flavored crust. You know what, Aylin? It really sucks because there's only one Hungry Howie's around here, and the Hungry Howie's here is awful. I tried their pizza, and it was literally like cardboard with tomato paste on it. It was really bad. Domino's bread bites gave you PTSD? Fair. And by the way, all of this is coming from somebody who used to order from Domino's regularly. Okay? This is coming from someone, like, no bullshit. In the early 2000s, all the way up to probably 2017. Okay? Whenever I played D&D, whenever I played Vampire the Masquerade, with friends and stuff like that, because we'd all sit down, we do a tabletop, we do tabletop stuff, once a week. Sometimes we do it twice a week. And I did it for years. Domino's was always in the running for a place to get stuff from, right? We'd go for Chinese food, or we'd go for, maybe subs or pizza. And you want to know something? Domino's was always there for pizza, not because we liked the pizza, but because we liked everything else. So it was like, this is coming from somebody who, like, regularly ordered from Domino's. We literally as a group, when I was playing Vampire the Masquerade with my buddies, right? Or I was playing D&D with my buddies when I was in high school, okay? We would order one pizza, but we would all order, like, the boneless wings, or we would order the regular wings, and we'd order the lava cake, and we'd order breadsticks, and we would order the mozzarella sticks, and we would order the cheesy bread, and we would like order all of that. And the pizza was the last thing to be eaten. Always, every single time. Later on in life, when I was playing D&D with my best friend and, you know, his family and a couple of our other friends, every Saturday night, we'd be ordering from Domino's for two reasons. Why? One, because compared to, you know, a lot of other things at the time, it was cheaper. And two, because we could order two pizzas and a fuck ton of everything else. And worst case scenario, once we run out of everything we like, at the very least, we still have a mediocre pizza. And comparatively speaking, a mediocre pizza is still pizza. We ordered them one time, and someone coated them in so much garlic butter that when I bit into one, it splooshed into my mouth. I gagged so hard. Oof. Yeah, that's not good. There's a local chain here that's really good. There are tons of local chains all over the place that are really good. And there are tons of national chains all over the place that are really, really good. Unfortunately, when it comes to making pizza, Domino's is not one of them. Domino's is good for everything else, but it's not for pizza. So that's my message to Domino's. My message to Domino's is very, very, very simple. I'm going to order from you, but the only reason I'm going to order from you is because you give me a fucking deal on everything else when I buy your mediocre, half-baked bullshit pizza. So the only time I ever want to hear anything out of you is when I pick up the fucking phone and call you and make a fucking order. Other than that, shut up. Domino's should stick to whatever. Why are they even talking about this? Because it's a thing that they started doing that a lot of fast food places started doing since social media came out, which is sticking their nose in business that they don't understand. And they're doing it for clout. That's it. They're literally only doing it for clout, and they're picking one side and going, oh yeah, you know, I absolutely agree. We shouldn't have God of War, and if there's no God of War, and it's like, shut up. No one cares about your opinion. Make my fucking pizza, make my boneless wings, give me a fucking free lava cake, and shut up. Wendy's made it popular and they all did it. Yeah, that's true. Wendy's, McDonald's, Burger King, Domino's, Pizza Hut got in on it, Taco Bell got in on it, like, all of them did. All of them did it. It was stupid. Like, every once in a while, there may be, like, a quick one-liner that, you know, it's fine, it's okay, but if you're the fucking CEO of Domino's UK, do yourself a favor, because literally your entire country, most of the time, eats nothing but shades of brown. Make my fucking pizza and shut up. Simple as that. That's all you gotta do. Yeah, well, apparently it is all that hard because, you know, Domino's UK apparently has plenty of time on their hands to sit here and put dumb shit like this online instead of, you know, actually making pizza. Shows you just how much they actually give a shit about making pizza. Now, finally... Oh, whoever runs Wendy's social media is a straight savage. Oh, 100%. But that's why I said the biggest thing is, like, you'll get good zingers here and there, whether it be from Wendy's or whoever, every once in a while. I don't mind about the rivalry between all the different fast food chains and shit like that online. I think that's funny as hell. But this shit, keep your fucking nose out of shit you don't know. Like, seriously. Did you read about the 007 game? Yeah, it sold over 2 million copies already. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. It was a great game. Awesome game. But now, final thing, we touched on this yesterday.
10 mics, then your asses better be in formation north of the stadium.
Orders are anytime, any place.
Sergeant J, keep your scouts in line.
Can we make a pit stop at the Komatu?
The new guy is low on rations.
Yeah, Spectre, sequels will be made by Amazon Games now. I'll tell you this. Guess what? First Light was made by Amazon Games and IO Interactive. Not surprised. Maybe the person that runs the Domino's UK social media is David Jaffe. That's entirely possible.
Make it fast, guys.
Who's that, a K-pop star?
The new supreme leader of North Korea.
Oh shit, that dude looks younger than I am.
You guys heard that?
No, Amazon owns the rights to James Bond. Amazon bought out MGM. So literally anything that IO Interactive did had to go through Amazon because they own MGM and they own the rights to James Bond. That's why the next movie's being made by Amazon Studios, because they own all the rights. Yeah. So it was made in conjunction between Amazon Games and IO Interactive. It wasn't just that Amazon published it.
작전 개시 요시 종료.
You're still a wanted man.
Yeah, I know.
What did you do?
Well, I had to.
We make our own rules of engagement now. You are moving a weapon of war. The kind we deny exists.
You do what you need to. Because you know I will.
대반자를 찾아내라. 이 마을을 불태워서라도. 제발.
수류탄 투척!
We're not ready. We could all die tonight. We don't even get a choice.
You broke a lot of rules, Price. No more rules.
Okay, this is the first time I've ever seen this. So let me ask you something. Why do I care? Still can't figure out this thing with Spectre makes it. No, Corgi, don't even worry about it. Chances are it's a Twitch mobile issue. Oh yay, another COD game makes jerk-off motion. Again, my problem is, what is there to make me care about Modern Warfare 4? I played the original 3, by the way. I played the original Modern Warfare. I played the original Modern Warfare 2. I played the original Modern Warfare 3. I played Call of Duty 1, 2, and 3. I played Call of Duty World at War. I played Black Ops 1, 2, and 3. Why do I give a fuck about Modern Warfare 4 in this reboot world? Why? I did not see anything special about this game in that trailer. Like, hey, credit where it's due, at least the last one had fucking Metallica in the trailer. This one doesn't even have that. So why do I care about Modern Warfare 4? What is it that screams we listened to the players? Because I'm not seeing it. You know what I kind of want from them? Zombies as its own spin-off game, because I only really cared about that. Fair. Totally fair. For me, it's more what they have shown in their social media than this trailer, really, and their developer videos. Okay, and if you're somebody who doesn't use social media like a lot of people don't, and this is your first experience with seeing anything related to Modern Warfare 4, why would anybody give a fuck about it? Because COD, that's not a good answer. That's not even a remotely good answer. Why would anybody give a shit about Call of Duty? Reboot Modern Warfare 1 was not intolerable, but 2 and 3 were absolutely awful. The writing of the characters insult to the originals. Yeah. They took one of the most sacred and important fucking things that has ever been made in video game history, which was no Russian, and they literally butchered it. Why would I give a shit about anything Call of Duty related? Why? Why would I care? There's literally nothing here that screams I should pick up this game. There's literally nothing here that makes me excited for literally anything that they have to offer. Why would I care about this game? Like, I don't like, am I supposed to be impressed because they made the number 4 look like a kanji character? Is that what we're going with? Is that what they're trying to impress me with? The number 4 kind of looks like a kanji character, or is supposed to be like some fucking offshoot between Japanese and Korean? Is that what I'm supposed to like get excited for? Because we're going to Korea and we possibly get to somewhat kind of fight North Korea for the highlight reel that these fucking games have turned into? Why would I care? Well, here, let's do this. Barry Sloane, Elliot Knight, Samuel Rukin, Neil Ellis, Elaine Mesa, sorry, Bayardo de Morguia, sure, Warren Cole, Claudia Dumit, Rhea Kilstedt, Glenn Morshower, Maria Alyssa Carmago, Ibrahim Reno, Stefan Kapshik. Couldn't tell you any of them except Barry. That's it. Couldn't tell you who any of these people are. Couldn't tell you. Like Modern Warfare 1 seemed kind of promising. Modern Warfare 2 didn't care enough. Modern Warfare 3 cared even less. Why would I care about Modern Warfare 4? Not the cast per se, I mean the character cast. So what? They've had Soap McTavish for 20 fucking years. Characters had good chemistry in the story. It doesn't make up for the fact that it's a shit story. That's the problem that everybody's been having. Even if the characters themselves are good, if the story sucks, the story sucks. And it wouldn't be so bad if it was one of those things where it was like Battlefield 6, where they're sitting there going, well, it comes with a single-player campaign, and they literally do not gloss over the fact that the single-player campaign is only there to get you into the mindset of this is how everything is going to work in multiplayer. But that's not what they're doing. Instead, they're making this look like a movie production, which means that every single time there is any sort of new Call of Duty, it should feel like a really good movie, and they don't. They feel like crap B movies from the 90s at best. You see what I mean? And people wonder why a lot of people shit on Call of Duty, but then they turn around and they praise Battlefield. It's because of the intent. Battlefield knows where its strengths are. And Battlefield knows that its strength is not in the single-player campaign. Was it a terrible campaign? No. Was it the best campaign I've ever played? No. But it did do a really, really good job in gearing me up for what was the multiplayer, which is their strength. And they never said that the campaign was going to be the best thing out there, ever. They focused mostly on the multiplayer because that is their strength, and that's really, really, really cool, right? So everybody went into Battlefield 6 knowing you're going to get a performance when it comes to Battlefield 6 when you play the single-player campaign. Not a good performance, not a bad performance, but you're going to get a performance. When Call of Duty starts showcasing everything as it's supposed to be a movie that you are taking part in, or an adventure that you are taking part in a single-player campaign, and then the campaign sucks, what's the point? So again, the question is, why would I care about Modern Warfare 4? Because some guy went, who's that, a K-pop star? I'm supposed to be impressed by that guy? Am I supposed to be impressed by the woman who's like, we make our own rules now? Am I supposed to be impressed by her? Am I supposed to be impressed by the fact that we're in Korea? Am I supposed to be impressed by the fact that I saw explosions and I saw helicopters? Am I supposed to be impressed by the fact that we saw, like, literally maybe 2 seconds of gameplay in the whole fucking thing? What is there to make me excited about Modern Warfare 4? Yeah, No Russian's cheer balls was insane. No Russian was absolutely nuts. No Russian was so insane. You don't have even anything remotely close to that in the new Modern Warfare stuff at all. Not even remotely close. They like, literally, they used to take risks, and those risks would work because they trusted that the fan base was smart enough to be able to say they're saying something about this, and they're taking a chance, and they're making something where you have to look at it from the other side, and it's still a horrible thing, but you see the other side and where everything is and how these characters play out because of this horrible thing. Right? You don't get that whatsoever in modern Call of Duty anymore. You don't. So if they're trying to make it look like a movie, which they clearly are and have been for a while, if they are trying to make the gameplay amazing, which, sure, I could see the gameplay being fun for a ball and gun gamer, if they're trying to do all of these things to make it so that you're supposed to be immersed in this world, then why is none of it in this trailer? Which bit are you referring to, Spectre? They're also really pansy and hand-wringy in the new ones. They tortured a bad guy woman by threatening to delete her money, then they just leave. She was a terrorist funding Makarov, so they're so afraid of offending anyone, they write sanitized shit. Yeah, no, you're right. You're totally right. How is I will delete your money torture now? I don't get it. I really, really, really don't get it. Again, the original No Russian, holy shit. Absolutely amazing. And it shows you the aftermath. The rest of the game is literally the aftermath of No Russian, which is genius in delivery. You have this thing that happens, and the rest of the game, whether it be one side or the other, is literally all about the aftermath of what happened in No Russian. And it shows how it affects all the different characters. I have not heard, since then, I have not heard one Call of Duty game that has actually given us anything even remotely close to that. So if Activision is trying to do all of these things, and they're trying to make it cinematic, and they're trying to make it into basically a movie, and they're trying to make it to where you're invested in these characters, and they're trying to make it where you feel completely immersed in all of this, and they're trying to make it where, you know, all you want is to see what happens with all these different characters and all these different plot devices and everything else, why is none of it in this trailer? Like, we literally only see 2 seconds of gameplay in this. That's it. Only 2 seconds of gameplay. The rest of it is setup. Here we are. We're in Korea. The US and South Korea work together. And then somebody says, isn't that a K-pop star? And the other guy goes, no, that's the new supreme leader of North Korea. And he goes, no shit. Dude's younger than I am. What the fuck? And then everything goes to hell. And then you have a North Korean coming in with fucking 18 different goggles on his helmet and says going dark, and then everything blows up, and then you see 2 seconds of gameplay, and then everything else blows up, and then you see a bunch of helicopters, and meanwhile, Price looks like he's John Wick because the way that the shot was styled. And then you see him and he's on his knees with his hands on his head while people are slowly creeping up on him. And then he goes up against Dude in Mask, and Dude in Mask is like, you broke all the rules, and he said, fuck the rules, and then that was it. So where in this trailer should I be interested? Could somebody point it to me? In COD 4, they beat the shit out of one big bad who killed thousands of people with a nuke. Then when they got the info, Price turned and shot him in the head. Blam. It was a cold as ice moment. Have some writing balls. I 1,000,000% agree. 1,000,000% agree. What's going on, Fafo? How you doing? And I guarantee... Where is it? I guarantee... in this part right here, where you have the voiceover of somebody going, I can't believe that I might die tomorrow, guarantee that's the only time that they talk about the horrors of war. I guarantee it. Literally guarantee it is the only time they ever talk about the horrors of war, because they don't have the fucking balls to actually bring up the horrors of war. They don't. They've been trying so fucking hard to literally sit there and try and turn this thing into a movie, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't at all. What am I talking about? The new Modern Warfare 4 trailer, which sucks. And it really, really, really does suck. It's really bad. Like, obscenely bad. It doesn't show anything. It doesn't give you anything. It gives you 2 seconds of gameplay. That's about it. That's all it does. Other than that, it looks like Activision couldn't be fucked to actually give much of a shit. It just looks like they needed something, and they threw a bunch of cutscenes in there together to try and make some sort of cohesive thing, and then they threw it out there. That's literally all it looks like. The trailer is not good. It does not excite me. It does not make me feel for any of the characters. I don't care about Price. I don't care about anybody else in here. I don't care about what's going on between North and South Korea. I don't care about the action. I don't care about that one Korean with the 8 fucking things on his head saying going dark. I don't care about any of it. If you want a perfect example as to how you're being lied to, and we said this yesterday, if you want a perfect example as to how you're being lied to, and Activision and Infinity Ward are coming out and saying we listened to the players, and then you see this, you can clearly tell that they don't actually care about the players. You can clearly tell. It's insane. Now, I want to show you guys one more thing before I get into Schrodinger's cat. Or Schrodinger's cat burglar, sorry. Let me bring this up. Okay. So we've been playing Schrodinger's cat burglar, right? It's a plague on writing generally since about 2018. Stop trying to please everyone and do buddy-buddy, sanitized hand-wringing, feel good, found family bullshit, do gritty storylines with meaningful wall up, and now I'll shut up. No, I get it. I totally get it, Sober. But yeah, so we've been playing Schrodinger's Cat Burglar, right? Been playing it for about, what, 3-4 days now? And everybody's been saying, you know what? This is a lot longer than I thought it would be, right? And there's a lot of love poured into this. And by the way, there is a lot of love poured into it. I'm not discrediting that whatsoever. But I was like, yeah, you know what? Wow, this actually does have a lot to it. There is a lot in this. Now, I've got currently 12.8 hours in this game, right? So we're easily going to hit 13 hours tonight. Would you guys like to know how many hours it takes to beat it? Can anybody guess? Nope, it's not 45,000 hours, thankfully. Nope, it's not 2 hours. So I'll preface this by saying that the reason why I looked it up, again, is primarily because we've all been saying those things, we've been enjoying the game, and to be fair, there have been some derailments, right? Having said all that, I've played this for about 13 hours. It takes 9 to beat, 13 for all the extras, and I haven't done really any of the extras. Yeah. 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 To be fair, we did get distracted by monkey mode like twice. We got distracted by monkey mode. We got distracted by the Shadow King. We got distracted by denaturing our PB&Js. We got distracted by quite a bit, if I'm being honest. Which, by the way, I did denature my PB&J the other day, and holy shit, it was good. It was really good. There we go. And they aren't wrong. Ooey gooey goodness really is the only way. They are not wrong whatsoever. Go here, go here. Nice. Oops, wrong one. There. Nice. I'm in the data backup repository now. Brilliant! Use this machine to copy an ISO image of the elevator's recent memory state. A fresh hard drive will be 3D printed and data copied. Carry that back to the Concierge AI. I'm on it. Oh, well, there we go. think I'm... No. I think I gotta go this way. Yes, here we go. Okay, the data is transferring. Sings the Meow Mix song just cuz, oh god. Technical difficulties, what was the conclusion of Modern Warfare 4? It sucks. Ooh. What's happening? Oh. I feel like my memory is coming back. It tickles. How much memory is coming back? Oh. Well, I'm learning a lot about someone known as Big Mandy. Aha. Oh. I reconstructed an elevator destination. Where? Is it the surface? Even better than that, it's research department. Susan, the concierge AI has reconstructed an elevator destination. Know anything about research department? Oh, 1 second. It's a medium security district. Seems to be focused on quantum research. Any sign of surface access? Nothing directly related came up in the data sift, but there is another data backup repository which might hold the elevator destination you need. Better than nothing. Now that you have clearance level 1, you can explore this sector even more extensively. If you want to continue, head for the main elevator. You can always come back later. But you're in no rush. Feel free to explore more if you like. When you're ready to continue, head back to the main elevator and you can use the new destination to travel to Research Hub. Which we are going to do now. This is the wrong elevator. There we go. No, you dumbass. There we go. Okay. Okay, so I can't get in there yet. Fair enough. Yeah, can't get in there. Okay, can't get in there because I need the Chevron card. Ah, there you are. Welcome to Research Hub. What can you tell me about this place? There's a rather lovely kitchenette on the upper level. I am reliably informed that their cereal selection is top-notch. Anything pertinent to the critical issue of my escape from this facility? Of course! There remains, of course, the pressing matter of my missing elevator destination data, following certain mind-wiping activities that occurred. You don't need to keep reminding me. The data backup repository is an elevator ride down from here. However, it requires clearance level 3, which you do not have. This hub connects to two laboratory areas, Separation Lab and Observation Lab. These lab areas are headed by Dr. Nadia Nyan and Dr. Aiden Nyan. The lab contains systems for raising clearance level. So I need to visit both labs to raise my clearance level twice? Spot on. What a clever cat. Starting in Separation Lab is recommended. If you need help, head back here and ask me. Right. I'd best explore the place to find a way to get to Separation Lab. Oh, one of these. Okay, fair enough. There we go. Was that bad? I only heard about the new God of War. God of War, it looks great. The new God of War, I think, looks awesome. I made it into the separation lab entrance, Susan. Excellent. Take the elevator down and head through Dr. Nadia Nyan's office. Use the airlock and I'll get back in contact when you arrive. I need 2 cards? How's that gonna work? I think that just invalidates the first one, doesn't it? Yeah, that's what I thought. Notice the dialogue of the new God of War spin-off. It sounds worryingly Veilguard, but I think the mythology and gameplay characters will pay off. I can understand that to an extent, sure. I hope that it's not sanitized. I really do. I feel, personally, like... if you're going to make a God of War game, regardless of whether Kratos is in it or not, make a God of War game. Right? Whether Kratos is the main character or not, it doesn't matter, but make a new God of War game. Make it everything that it's supposed to be, with the exception of the change, the obvious change. Right? That's the big thing. Like, I didn't hear anything from Faye that gave me any sort of pause. I can understand why some people didn't like Jack Quaid's character, Frank. I personally thought Frank was kind of funny. Not because of the dialogue, but because he's literally a gelatinous cube that just aggressively bumps into things. I thought that was funny. Also, I happen to like Jack Quaid. I think Jack Quaid is funny. But I can understand why some people didn't. Heard something about pepperoni pizza without the pepperoni. Yeah, because people are fucking stupid and because Domino's doesn't know when to shut up. Domino's should do one thing and one thing only. Make my fucking pizza. Miss Fangsworn is discussed. Here's the proposal summary for Splitfield research. I'll spare you the details. All I need from you is sign off on the reallocation of funds within research department to cover the R&D. Once we get this tech stable, I foresee a steady stream of scientific breakthroughs one after another. Let me rephrase that. A steady stream of exploitable, merchandisable products. This is worth it, Natalie, I promise. I see people complaining about it not being Kratos, but A, it's a spin-off. Yep. And B, this is one of those times where something fresh is good. Also, kudos to them for giving us essentially Mom of War. We never play as that sort of figure. I wholeheartedly agree. And I think C, which is also very, very, very important, we barely see her in the last 2 God of War games, right? The only thing that we know, aside from 1 or 2 big flashbacks, which only last, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes long each, is that she was incredibly important to Kratos, but we don't know anything else about her. I don't mind finding out more about her, and I'm actually kind of excited to find out more about her. Okay, Susan, I've arrived at the separation lab. Excellent. Head on in and we'll see what's what. Oh boy, what is this? Hold on, Mittens. You see that big tempting looking door back there? Yeah, looks real enticing to me. That leads to the head office. That's the goal here. In there, you'll find a clearance control terminal. The aim is to raise your clearance level, which will let you access other areas of the hub. Looks like I can get to the head office keycard. Looks like I can get the head office keycards in Sector C. Access to Sector C is restricted. You can enable Sector C access from Sector B, but that sector is also restricted. Then I'll start by exploring Sector A. Wait, wasn't she like a giant expert in the first God of War? No, she was a giant. And by the time we actually see any flashbacks of her, she's dead. She was dead when we first start the game. She had been dead. Like, we played as tough barbarian women and the sort of classic hot booba sorceress, but I've never played as well, to be crass, battle MILF. That's true. Veilguard had the one non-binary character who was annoying, but even if you liked them, the devs were stupid enough to not make that character good enough to use skill set wise, which is confusing in itself. No, I'll do you one even better. The non-binary character was actually just as fucking bad as everything that supposedly they stood for. Like, there are actual clips of it online. So, like, you know, you say she, and they go, she's non-binary, right? And you go, oh, okay, this person is non-binary. Got it. And then you say something to them, and they go, what the hell? You know, and then it's something like, dwarves. So, literally, the person that you are trying to be nice to and trying to not be bigoted against because of who they are and what they stand for, they're literally turning that person around and saying this person is just as bigoted as everybody else. Well, then if that's the case, why are we making such a big deal as to whether they're non-binary or not? Shouldn't it be more the fact that this person just sucks and is a horrible garbage person? Okay, yeah, but Fafo, we never see her in those games. That's my point. So what? She went up against Thor, and it was a draw. Who cares? We don't see it. That's my point. We don't see any of it. We know nothing about her other than she is a giant. And her, you know, coming to a draw against Thor only shows giants are strong. That's it. That's all it shows. That's what really sucks. Okay, I can't go to A, and I can't go to B. Oh, well, there we have it. We've cracked it. Split fields are robust and reliable, finally. The dual event process is ours to explore. We still need to obey the buddy link rules, of course, otherwise we run the risk of losing track of the twins. While more accurately, we can track one twin extremely well at the expense of the existence of the other. One interesting quirk in all this is that the twins, when unobserved, can't interact with one another, with each other. This tracks with our understanding. We're pulling a single object in two quantum phase directions at once, so it stands to reason that there's no interference from one another. It's the same object just twice. Susan, you'll love this. Oh, what is it? The science team in this lab have created split fields. Items can be split just like me. Or wait, sorry, items can be split just like me. Oh, wow. They got the dual event process working on inanimate objects. What sort of things are they up to? I'll report back when I explore further. Okay. Then I gotta pull this one. I think. Maybe. No. Okay, then let's do this. Oh. Huh. Oh, wait. Shit. Put this here, maybe? There we go. That's what I was looking for. So now... do this. This. Now I can bring the other one here. Like so. Oh, nice. It unlocked both. Sweet. Come on. There we go. Okay. Damn it. What? Okay, well, I'll bring this one in. I didn't feel bad, but that's because I'm not even a fan of Call of Duty at all. That's kind of the issue all the way around. Oh, wait a minute. There we go, that's why. You can take this one. Put this here. I always keep to my tradition. I play the campaign on veteran, I get to prestige on MP once, I delete it. Yeah. And it kind of sucks that that's what it comes to. Okay. Got an oil thing. I'm through Sector A, Susan. Ace! Head through into Sector B. It's right next door. Just finished up Modern Warfare 2 and the quality difference is staggering. Yeah, see, that sucks. There's the Shadow Cat again. That can't be good. Yeah, that shouldn't be like that. The quality should be the same all the way through. Summary of the recent research on dual event interactions. Physical interactions persist when split. Both twins are heavy, as it were. Information interactions persist when split. Split smart keys broadcast in both locations. However, electromagnetic interactions are inhibited. Split batteries cannot charge in two locations. A summary of recent research on dual event reversal. 3D printed objects can be reprinted to revert their split status. As is standard behavior, properties such as charge level will be preserved. as yet, we have not found a way to cause spontaneous fusing of split objects. Right. Huh. Oh, I gotta touch that again, I guess? Oh, okay. So reprinting items will revert them to their unsplit status. Makes sense. I wonder if there's any other way I can unsplit an item. Please insert battery. What battery? Okay, well that's not it. Oh, well, there you have it. So I take one. Inconsistent power polarity fluctuations. Ooh, you know, hang on, I wonder. If I just hit the lever again... No. Yeah. 7 was terrible. I did enjoy... I did get some joy out of Black Ops 6. Nothing's been so good as Cold War, though. Yeah, I never even made it to Cold War. So I'm unsure what they... Oh, wait. There we go. Ta-da! Yeah, but that's kind of the issue, is you should be bothered by it. You should absolutely be bothered by it. Like, I've said this many, many, many times. The only way that you're going to show a video game company that you want their bullshit to stop is if you stop buying their games. That's it. Right? So if you go out and you buy Modern Warfare 4, even if Modern Warfare 4 isn't good, it doesn't matter. Specifically because they've already made money off of you. They don't look at you as a person. They look at you as an idiot. Because at the point in which you buy their game, whether you think it's bad or not, they already have everything that they wanted out of you to begin with. So it doesn't matter whether you like it or not anymore, because they already have your money, and they know that all they have to do is come out with any sort of apology, and you are absolutely going to fall for it yet again because you have proven them right. No, I am bothered. That is why I didn't buy it. What I mean is that they made the zombies experience better too late, and I do not care enough to buy it. Right. Again, problem is, you asked last night, should I buy Modern Warfare 4? If you are bothered by it, and you're really bothered enough by it, then the answer is obvious as to what should be done. Because, in all honesty, if you know what the issues are, you know what's going to happen, why are you going to give them $70 of your money? The only way to hurt a video game company is to not buy it. To not buy their product. They literally make you go out and buy a thing that they have created. Their whole existence is based on the fact that you're going to like something enough to spend money on a thing that they've created. So if you and the millions of other people don't go out and buy the thing that they have created, that's going to tell them something. What's the point of remake Modern Warfare besides the nostalgia money? They're taking both the Black Ops and the Modern Warfare worlds and they're putting them into the same world. So there is no more Black Ops. Well, I should say there is no more Black Ops and Modern Warfare in two different worlds anymore. They're both in the same world. That's the point. So it's not nostalgia money, it's a reboot. Modern Warfare 4 doesn't have zombies. I'm taking other factors into consideration with those series. Fair enough. But at the same time, it should be pretty obvious, right? And I said it before, but I don't know if you heard it. The devs can say whatever they need to say to get money out of you. That is the point. They are saying things online because they believe they've done a good job with the stipulations that they have in front of them and the things that they have to do. And it may not necessarily be perfect because nothing ever is, but they feel accomplished. And they believe that what they've done within the guidelines of what they have to do is done really, really, really well. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, but that means that they're also sitting there and being the spokespeople for that company that is making a product that at the very least is substandard. Which means they can go on social media, they can go on Reddit, they can go on all these different places, and they can say whatever it is they need to say and want to say in order to make you buy that product. But when they put out a trailer that is as boring as Modern Warfare 4's trailer was, that tells you everything that you need to know. That's the whole point. Because here's the honest answer. It is totally 100% free to say anything online. You can say whatever the hell you want online as a game dev, as a video game fan, and it costs you nothing other than maybe 2 minutes of your time. When you play a game, it costs you $60 to $70. When they make a trailer, it costs them hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to make that trailer. So if money, which is the driving factor behind the company, is put into something that is supposed to get you excited for the new thing, and it doesn't excite you whatsoever, why buy it? Doesn't that tell you everything you need to know when the most important thing to them was used in order to help make you excited and it fell flat? Like, I know I'd be embarrassed if I was literally the head of Activision right now, right? If I was the head of Activision and I said, you know what? We need a trailer for Modern Warfare 4. And we need one out because we're going to start putting out posters. We're going to start doing ad reads. We're going to send ads out to other people and pay them to do ad reads, whether it be on podcasts or TV shows or TV commercials. And we're going to put the trailer out on YouTube. And I want that trailer posted on Twitter. And I want it on Blue Sky. And I want it on all these other, and Facebook. And like all these other people. And we can reach all the young people that we need to. And we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars, just as much as we've spent on the game itself, advertising, and then they come out with that trailer specifically, I would be embarrassed and people would be fired. Because it literally did nothing. It didn't excite. It didn't inspire. It didn't drive me to pre-order. It did literally nothing. It did absolutely nothing whatsoever. In fact, it did the opposite. It made me care even less about it. As a CEO, if I was the CEO of Activision, I would be embarrassed. Incredibly embarrassed. And people would have been shit-canned over it. 100% they would have. What's the point of putting something out if it's not going to excite and inspire people to go out and buy your product? Like, at that point, they should have just saved money and put out the same trailer that they used for Modern Warfare 2 or Modern Warfare 3. And then when people said, well, what the fuck? You gave us the trailer for Modern Warfare 2 or Modern Warfare 3. Then, at least for free, they could turn around and go, well, yeah, but I mean, it's basically the same thing. It's just better. And it probably would have had a little bit more impact. I wish I could directly beam all the greatness of the older games into younger gamers' brains, so they see what Activision stole from them. That's the thing. The worst part is they didn't steal it from them. They stole it from us. They didn't steal anything from younger gamers because there was never anything for younger gamers. Because younger gamers never had it to begin with. Right? So the only people that they're stealing from are people like us, who are old enough to remember when they actually did good things. And that's unfortunately it. Younger gamers don't know any better because they've been trained to be stupid. And unfortunately, that's how they want you. And like, I know the meme is like, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to get, you know, like mad or annoyed or whatever when people are like, oh yeah, Luke Skywalker, he's in Fortnite. But the reality is that the reason why I get mad or I get annoyed at that is quite literally because for millions, hundreds of millions of people, myself included, there were a lot of things that I learned from Star Wars at a very early age. Same thing with Star Trek, by the way. For instance, are you aware that literally one of the first strong, independent female protagonists in movie history came from Star Wars? With Princess Leia. There are generations of people that grew up and their first love, their first real crush was on Princess Leia. The first fictional hero character that they could look up to was Luke Skywalker. So when somebody says, oh yeah, Luke Skywalker, he's in Fortnite, and that's the only defining characteristic that a younger generation can give to me, the only thing that pops into my head is, oh my God, we are royally cooked. We are royally fucking cooked. Because you are taking some of the greatest characters in TV and film history and you are dumbing it down to the point where literally a 12-year-old is going to say, oh yeah, no, he's awesome in Fortnite, and that's the only thing they know about him or her. That's it. Or them taking Kratos and putting him in Fortnite. Oh yeah, Kratos is awesome in Fortnite. I play him all the time. Really? So you mean to tell me that you're playing a video game character that 10 years ago had a threesome with 2 women in the beginning of the game, and then you were able to get about halfway through the game, and every time you needed a special power, you had to butt fuck 2 more women simultaneously? That's the type of person that we are playing in Fortnite now. As 12-year-olds. That's the type of person? Really? You mean to tell me that as a 12-year-old nowadays, you get to play a character who at the very beginning of the first game was on a barge, and the first shot we get, he's got 2 naked women on he's got a naked woman on each arm with his cock hanging out. That's the type of character that 12-year-olds are playing with, right? But they don't know any of that. And that's the problem. They don't get it. I do hope none of the wee ones who play Fortnite look up those old games. Oh, they will. They will. But then they'll realize, oh, well, they're on the PS2 or they're on the PS3, and then go, it's too old. I won't play it. And that's it. That's all they'll do. So yeah, whenever it's, oh yeah, no, look, they're in Fortnite, I look at everybody and go, what's the purpose? Because they're not trying to appeal to me. I know they're not trying to appeal to me. I know they're not trying to appeal to anybody else that's my age or even slightly younger or even slightly older, because we couldn't be bothered to give a flying fuck about Fortnite, right? So who are they trying to appeal to with all these people that they keep bringing in? I mean, shit, at least, even though I don't agree with it, at the very least, Nicki Minaj is culturally relevant enough to the point where kids today understand who she is. So at least she's got that going for her. But Master Chief, Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader, Kratos, they're just dumbed down. That's it. They're just dumbed down versions of it. So people ask, well, why do you get, you know, why is it that you get so butthurt? That's why. Because literally all they know is, oh yeah, they're in Fortnite. So what if they're in Fortnite? You don't know shit about them. You haven't gone back and watched the original Star Wars trilogy because it was made in 1975 all the way up through 1983. You don't know anything about Darth Vader. You don't know anything about Luke Skywalker other than maybe you might have watched part of The Mandalorian and saw Luke in, like, the very last episode of Season 2. Other than that, you don't know anything about Luke. You don't know anything about Princess Leia whatsoever. Right? Who became literally like a massive cultural influence because she was such a strong character, and she was a strong woman character, which even by today's standards are incredibly rare. That's why I get annoyed by it. That's why I get really, really annoyed by it. Or like even Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight's the same way. Oh, you can be Jason now. Fuck do I care? Anybody my age or even within 10 years of my age, plus or minus, has probably already played Dead by Daylight and doesn't want to play Dead by Daylight anymore. Well, it's Jason. Okay, tell me why Jason is awesome. That's not an answer. Why is Jason awesome? But why is Jason cool? Yeah, we're doing more, Kitty. I'm actually going to take a break here in a minute, and I'm going to grab more iced coffee. At least they haven't dumbed down Lara Croft yet. She's probably in Fortnite, but they haven't herp-derped her narratively. Well, they did, unfortunately. In the first reboot Lara Croft game, it wasn't a game about Lara Croft the Tomb Raider. It's a game about a sexual assault victim. That's the issue. They took everything that was really, really great about Lara Croft out of the first game, and narratively to an extent, the one thing I will say is that eventually she does kind of get into the swing of things toward the end of the game, but most of the game, it's literally, you have to sit there and you have to be stealthy and like stealth your way around, because if you don't, you'll get caught and somebody's going to try and sexually assault you. Probably going to be heading to the ER. What's going on? Oh, man, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. That's awful. That's not good. Yeah, I hope you can get it sorted as well. I'll tell you what, hang on. Let me do a thing here. Do this. I'm going to be switching back and forth between scenes here really quick. Here. And then here. Okay, cool. Give me a minute. And it hurts really bad? Yeah, I don't doubt it, dude. Yeah, I mean, absolutely do what you need to do. Like, that stuff is not fun whatsoever, so I totally get it, man. I hope everything's gonna be good for you. I really do. I hope it all works out okay. But yeah, give me a minute. I'll be back. I'm gonna grab some iced coffee, so get up, grab a drink, grab a snack, do whatever you need to do. I'll meet you back here in a couple minutes. Feels like it's on fire? Yeah, I'd definitely go to the ER, dude, for sure. But yeah, I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right. Eye is back. Hope you don't have a clot. I hope you don't have a clot either, Corgi. That would really suck. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I hate how it doesn't do that. There we go. All right. Nice. Okay. There we go. Interesting. Oh, well, actually, I guess it doesn't really matter at this point, right? No, it does. Shit. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Oh, come on. There we go. From Nadia to Aiden, I had a chance encounter with one of your team and mentioned that we were having issues in Sector C. I thought they might have an idea how to dampen the effects. Instead, they just said, "Aw, did the Widow baby scientist get sad when her Widow duel event spontaneously self-annihilated due to quark leak and made a baby crying impression?" Honestly, of all the unprofessional encounters I've had with the observation lab team, this ranks somewhere in the middle. Nadia, why would I admonish my team about this? That's an excellent comeback, you science loser. Wow. That dude's kind of a dick. What the hell, man? Oh, it's glassed. Shit. Oh no, wait a minute. No, because this is the same one. Oh, interesting. Okay. Nice. Okay, so we're split. Here. Pick this one up. Hmm. Shit. Oh, okay, it's gonna be one of these. I see now. Okay. So here. Here. Bring you through. No. So then that means that this one gets done after, right? So if that's the case, do this. Or not. What am I supposed to do? Hang on. Hmm. And I can't just go through that door. And that turns back on instantly. And I can't go through there. Nope, doesn't like that at all. Hmm. So... Well, shit. Hey, Crit, what's going on? How you doing? So if I do that, I don't need... Okay, so let's see here. So, I need to open... I'm trying to, like, backwards work this, right? So... I need 2 batteries. We know that. I need at least 2 to get everything to work. Put this down. Was kind of afraid that was going to happen. God damn it. Weren't we just in this room last night? No, this is brand new. So... if I do this, it splits it, which is fine. Right? But I need... Shit. Okay, so in order to open the door on the left, I need 2 batteries. I need the battery on the... I need a full battery on the bottom left. And I need a full battery on the top left. But they can't be a yellow and blue battery. They can't be split batteries like these are. They have to be regular batteries, which is fine. But... in order to do that... because if I do this, right? Yellow battery here, yellow cat here, that drops the Heisenberg field. I keep calling Heisenberg it, it's not Heisenberg. Higgs-boson field. And then blue cat can go through, which is fine, but I can't take the blue battery and put it in here. Which means that I would need the yellow battery to bring them both back together when both the yellow and blue cat are together. But I can't do that because as soon as yellow cat steps off here, the field goes back up. So... and I can't go through this door yet, unfortunately, because it's locked. Wait a minute, am I just making this 18,000 times more complicated than it needs to be? I might be. No, I'm not. Shit. Okay. Well, I tried. What sucks is this one seems pretty inaccessible, but it has to be, because I have to... that's the only way I can get through the door on the left. No! Wait a minute. I got it. Hang on. Regular battery. Blue cat can now get regular battery, put it in here. Door is now open. Fantastic. Now... If I press this, that splits it. Grab this. Bring it here. Grab this. Oops. Ooh, shit. Wait a minute. That's still a problem. Because Blue Cat can't pick up the yellow. I'm so glad it's raining and windy here. Summer ain't my thing. That's totally fair, dude. Totally fair. Yeah, that is a really nice break from the heat. No, yellow can't go through the glass, which is all that is. Yellow can, like, the yellow cat can go through this, but the problem is that blue field, I have to shut it down. So... Oh, wait a minute, wait. Oh, please don't fuck this up. Oh, thank God. Okay. Never mind. Fuck. Wait, why did... That's... What? Hang on. Put blue there. Good. Pick that up. Okay. Thought that might be a problem. So now... No, that's not gonna work either. Oh, no, wait. Here. Pick this up, bring it through the splitter. Here. Here. And then... what? Oh, wait. Here. Put this in here. Right? Maybe. No. Fuck. Actually, no. Wait, that should work. Hit the button again. No. Well, it's not really doubling them. It's... You're phase shifting one object into two different realities, basically. So it's the same object, but in two different realities simultaneously. Wait a minute. Hang on. Pick this up. Bring this over here. Grab this. Okay. No. Fuck. Because it's linked to that one over there. Well, this just happened tonight, so... Well, actually, hang on. Because now I can... I wonder. No, I don't wonder. Fuck. Because I can do that, but that doesn't get me anywhere. Which we already know. Phew, excuse me. Okay. Go back through here, right? And then... spawn another here. Blue cat can go this way. I can pop that in there, but that only does half of it. Thank you, Crit. Well, this is a problem for sure. Here. Shit. Because the door's not fucking powered anymore. God damn it. And I did it again. Fuck. Well, let me see. Okay, so blue cat's here. I can put the battery in here. That's fine. Now, if I push the button here, I got a yellow and I got a blue. And that's great, but I have to put them back together, which is a problem. Because blue can't interact with yellow. Well, wait a minute. Oops. Because it's got to be a blue battery. Oh. Well, then, hang on. Blue battery, now go hit the button. because it doesn't stay long enough. Fuck. Well, there. We got the yellow battery, yellow cat. That door's open, so I don't have to touch the door anymore. I can grab this, bring it over. There. Hit the button. It'll reverse it, make it one battery. Here. There. Which... Great. Now... Here. Hit the switch. Those two disappear. New battery. And then I need to split it again. Here. Here. Blue battery. Good. Now... Make a new one. Single battery. Here. Cat can go here. Grab power from the door. Yellow cat can now take this, put it in there. Damn, that was a complicated one. Oh, I see why. I'm through Sector B, Susan. Brilliant. Sector C next. Head back to the elevator you came up in. Sector C is the lowest stop. Yeah. Yeah, it is. So here. Oops. Here. Pull this. Good. Nice. Sector C is a long way down. I did see data suggesting that Sector C suffered from probability fluctuations. I guess it may affect to attempt... Susan, you're breaking up. Guess I'm on my own down here. Oh, Shadowcat. I've been following your progress. You are beginning to understand. It's you! What the heck were you thinking back there? I was home free. Yet you still have much to learn. Then tell me, what do I have to learn? You are not yet able to comprehend. Can you try at least? Detritus singularity. Detritus singularity? Precisely. Can you, expand on that a little? Forgive me, I have not conversed for some time. I forget how to translate these matters into simplistic terms. Ouch. Forgive me. I must retreat to the crux. I will return to you in the future. Wait, what's going on? What is the crux? Darn. Yeah, that's the Shadowcat. Oh, okay, I see. Bring him here. There we go. Meow indeed. Meow indeed. It's true. Very true. Oh. I'm gonna save again. There we go. Wait, there's no power. Shit. The dual event process that separates an object into two possible twins brings with it a big drawback: quark bleed. This is due to the gluon bonds of a split object decaying over time, resulting in the object seemingly dissolving to nothing. We have a short-term solution for this. Quark baths will replenish these bonds, keeping twins alive indefinitely. We must prioritize research on how to make twins self-stabilizing. Oh. Well, now I can do it. Okay. Okay, so split objects disintegrate real quick down here. Guess that's why this sector was off limits. Those quark baths seem to stabilize the split objects. I'll have to fill Lazy Susan in later. Oh, shit. Okay. So here... Here. Split. That is stupid fast. Holy shit. Damn. Well, how the hell do I do this? That's not good. I wonder. I can't even pick it up? That was weird. Let me just see. Jesus. So I can barely make it to these. That's crazy. Wait a minute. Hang on. Oh. Okay. I thought I had to press the button after all four were lit. That makes so much more sense. There we go. I was like, how the fuck am I gonna do that? Oh, but that makes a lot more sense. Okay, so where do I have to go? So I need a yellow cat. So here, Quark Bath. Okay, so this is going to be a multi-step thing then. Right. So, do this. Grab mine. Bring yellow cat over to the Quark Bath. Good. Great. Now, blue over to the Quark Bath. Fair enough. Now, drop this, leave it there. Good. Run over to the Quark Bath, drop this. Okay. Go back to this one, pick it up, run over to the Quark Bath. Good. Here. Damn, okay. Nice, nice, nice. Timing-based gameplay can be made more generous from the accessibility settings if required. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait. How in the shit am I supposed... Unless it shuts those off. That's the only thing I can think of. Which is entirely possible. Okay, so... Good. Okay. Nice. Here. Here. Wow. Okay. That's good. That's actually really good. This is going to be a multi-pronged thing, and I know this is going to get all fucked up. Because now I have to have my brain work in 2 different directions at 2 different times. Fuck. Yeah, that's awful. Holy shit. Okay, wait a minute. Come on. Oh, that's so hard. Wow. That is so hard. Did you hear the blue cat? Yeah, I just tried that, which really sucks. That's... wow. Wait, it's gotta go in there? Hang on. No, I didn't like that. Oh no. This is even worse than I thought. Oh shit. I know what I need to do and it's awful. Okay. So I need to do this, right? I need to... here? I went the wrong fucking way already. Wow. Okay, wait a minute. So, here... here, right? But I need to do that in reverse, and then I need to join so that the split battery becomes one battery so that I can put it in one thing. So I need to run both cats simultaneously. This is gonna hurt. God damn. Yeah, I need to run both cats simultaneously, then join back up so that I can get it to where it needs to be. That's fucking crazy. Oh my... yeah, Jesus. Brain work. Wow. The only thing I can think of, and maybe there's enough time to do it, it's not even ambidextrous skills. Your brain is your brain has to try and do two separate things simultaneously, which is really tough. Because it's like, if I do this, right? I can do this all day. This is nothing. But it's because I'm focusing on that cat. Right? I can do the same with this one, and that's all well and fine. But now I have to have both run through, crisscross like this, and then do it. Which is tougher than it looks, because now the pressure is on with a timer. So you have to actively think about which one is on which stick so that you can do it. That's right, I did it in reverse, but I did it without any sort of time frame. That's so tough. Nope. Fuck that up. God. This is gonna suck. This is just going to fucking suck. Yeah. Thank you for the stretch. Yeah, this is really gonna suck. Holy shit. Wow. Finally. Holy shit. Oh. That was awful. So, what did that accomplish? That's my next question, is what the fuck did I accomplish with that? I don't know what I accomplished there. So what was the point? Oh, wait. I know. Hang on. I was prepping this for another room. That's gotta be it. Yes. There we go. Oh god, what the fuck is this? Because there's nothing in there. So, I gotta go here. Fine. Put it here. Good. These I can bring over one by one. That I'm not worried about, because I got the quark bath. Can I just have one on here? Yes. Okay, good. At least there's that. Okay. I was just double checking. I was like, wait, am I gonna soft lock myself? Here. Grab this. Here. How the fuck? Okay, here, right? Take this one. That's fine. Put it here. There. Here. Good. Put it there. Open this back up. Come back through here. Grab the middle blue. Put it there. Now, grab this one. Bring it over to here. Oh, the tube sound effects are great. Okay, wait. So, take this blue, put it here, both run up, go into one, Fuck. Can I pick one up? Good, because it didn't matter which one I grabbed. Now, hit the button. That's open. Good. Split them off again. Okay, so keep those two there. These two go together. There. Now... Okay. There's one. There's two. Back together. This one's empty. Go over here. Good. Split objects bleeding out? No, that's not it. Conrad, we got a problem in Sector C with split objects depleting rapidly. Are you seeing anything similar in your research? We've encountered this concept previously. It is indeed curious. It seems the decay is not uniform. Sometimes a pair of twins will expire separately. We call this outcome orphaning. We need to go deep on the life cycle of split objects. Something about this makes me feel uneasy. You and me both. Well, that's not good. Holy shit. The fuck? Where am I? This looks like an extra thing. So, I'm good. Yep, down the Schlorp tube. There we go. Nice. I don't know why I posted it twice either, but who knows. Is there anything... Uh-oh, what's this? Oh, okay. Fair enough. So why the hell did I do that? Teddy feels weird, like something in the air is wrong. You getting that too? Something's... yeah. How about the rest of you? Chemtrails. Oh, God. Friggin' chemtrails. Government and their chemtrails, oh god. Been off all day and you know why, so I'm not a good judge. That's fair. That is fair. Just a normal funkage on my end, nothing special. Again, totally fair. Totally fair. Let me see something here. Wait, what the fuck is this? Hang on. Let me just check. Is something going on? Let's see. The solar flare thing? There's a solar flare? Really? Hang on. That could be it. Sun erupts with 3 colossal solar flares in less than 24 hours, boosting chances for northern lights. Interesting. What is this? Star just unleashed 3 powerful solar flares in less than 24 hours and potentially sending multiple coronal mass ejections hurtling toward Earth, raising chances of northern lights display this week. Okay. Unstable region produced a solar flare that peaked on June 2nd, followed by another flare at 3 a.m. Another one at 7:30 a.m., the most powerful category of solar flare. Trio of eruptions staggered radio blackouts across Earth. The flare triggered a moderate R2 radio blackout across parts of East Asia and Australia, while the 7.9 eruption caused another R2 blackout affecting portions of Europe and Africa. The strongest blackout came with the X1 flare, which generated an R3 radio blackout across parts of Europe and Asia. Space weather physicist Tamitha Skov wrote, okay, region 4455 continues to grow in complexity, So X-flare risk will remain elevated over the next 72 hours at least. Okay, so yeah. With at least one solar storm headed our way, the Met Office has issued a strong G3 geomagnetic storm watch from June 4th to 6th. Forecasters say geomagnetic activity could reach G1 to G3 storm levels with a slight chance of isolated severe conditions if the incoming CMEs deliver a stronger than expected impact. This is potentially good news for skywatchers. Geomagnetic storms can supercharge Earth's auroras, pushing them farther into mid-latitudes than usual. If the forecast holds, northern lights could become visible at lower latitudes beginning on Thursday evening. So they continue to analyze the evolving situation. All eyes remain on the region, which still has the potential to unleash further strong solar flares in the coming days. Watch this space. Conscious, and sometimes it gets stressed out and lashes out and all the humans get mad. I mean, that's possible. I wonder. Hang on. The intense energy can disrupt GPS and satellite communications, cause widespread power grid failures, and expose astronauts to dangerous radiation. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Really weird. Oh, God. I hope Preach doesn't get fucking DMCA'd. That would suck. Solar flares can indirectly affect human behavior by disrupting sleep and increasing stress or irritability during geomagnetic storms. The direct harm to people on Earth's surface is minimal due to atmospheric and magnetic protection. Okay. So, something not feeling right? I could see that. That makes sense. Sure. So apparently one day ago, if anybody knows, Preach Gaming is a guy that typically was doing like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV content for a while. He started playing Deus Ex Human Revolution, which in and of itself isn't terrible, but there was a slight problem a few years ago with a friend of ours, friend of the stream, and I'm just really hoping he doesn't get nabbed by it. Long story short, Kat, good friend of ours, she used to stream, she doesn't stream anymore. She was playing that game and got DMCA'd for one of the dumbest things I've ever heard of, by the way. And I'll tell you how it worked in a minute. But long story short, she got DMCA'd for the wind blowing sound effect in that game. So basically what happened is that you had some asshole. Yeah, this is how stupid, like, copyright shit is, okay? You had some asshole that bought the mechanical rights to the wind blowing sound effect that was used in that game. And he had a bot that was looking for anybody, I don't know if it still happens, but looking for anybody who at the time was playing that game that would go around on Twitch and check everybody out and so on, and then DMCA them for it. So she gets a thing And it literally says that she's been DMCA'd for the wind blowing sound effect, right? Problem is, she's Canadian, so she couldn't fight it. And the reason why she couldn't fight it is because in order for her to fight it, she would have to give all of her personal information, according to U.S. federal law. She would have to give all of her personal information to the quote company, because I'm sure it's not a company, but the quote company that is DMCAing her, because she'd have to bring it to court to appeal it. And legally speaking, both parties are privy to private information like that when it comes to shit that's happening. So not only would she have to come to the US and go to court, or contact a lawyer in the US to go to court, or to go to a court hearing to set a date in which she would have to come down to the US to actually have a court case for it, she would also be at risk of somebody stealing all of her personal information, which she also legally was required to give by federal law before she could even do the whole lawyer in court thing. So she was fucked. Nothing ever came of it, far as I'm aware, thankfully, which is why I think it was a scam. I think it was somebody just trying to steal somebody's or people's personal info. But yeah, she got DMCA'd for that. How crazy is that? Okay, so I don't understand what the purpose of this room is. Number one. I don't understand what the purpose of this room is. Other than to bring me back up here for some unknown reason. Ah, you're back on comms. Is Sector C complete? Yep, those probability fluctuations you mentioned are really disruptive. They do more than just affect communication? They cause split objects to bleed out of quarks and disintegrate super fast. Ah, that tallies with some of the research I've been reading in the intel. The lifetime of split objects is variable, minutes under normal circumstances. But in Sector C, it seems to be a matter of seconds. I'm not at risk of disintegrating like those split objects, am I, Susan? The fact that you're still here is evidence that living creatures are more resilient to being split objects. Phew. Well, we can worry about the science later. First, I need to get out of here. True. Get those access keycards and head for the office. What access keycards? Bad news, Susan. Head office access requires 2 keycards and there's only one here. That's a fly on the ointment, certainly. Easy for you to say, Susan, right? No sign of any additional keycard printers? None. Don't sweat it, though. I'll think of something. Let's save. I wonder. There we go. Nice. Okay, Mittens, same as last time. Disconnect the 4 firewall circuits and I can override the approval checks. Then you can use the paired input system to raise your clearance level. Right. Pull this one, that's easy. Okay. Aha. Okay, understood. So here, blue cat goes here. Aw, shit. Oh, okay, I see what I gotta do. Damn. So this is an immediate turnaround and jump, basically. There we go. Walked into a doorknob. Ow. That sucks. Thing worse is when you need one of those old lumpy school radiators so bad I remember it even now. So, funny thing, I don't know if you were here. About a year ago, I broke my toe. And what it was is, you know how, like, maybe, you know how, like, I swear, like, when I get overtired, I have, like restless leg syndrome. I've never been diagnosed for it, but from what I've read, it's similar anyway. Where it's like, you know, you might be sitting somewhere and all of a sudden, like, your leg twitches kind of deal. And it's like an involuntary thing. So I was sitting here one night. I don't remember if... No, I wasn't streaming. I wasn't streaming at all. But I was sitting here and I was watching something. Right? And my leg twitched, and it caused my leg to kick out. And I slammed my big toe into the corner of my computer desk. Now, for those of you who are not aware, my computer desk, I shit you not, is one of those... You ever been into, like a cell phone store? Right? And this is quite a few years ago, but like the cell phone stores where they had the big ass wooden desks, but it was split into 2 separate sections. So one section, even though it's all one desk and it's all connected, one section is where the computer goes, and the other section is where it's circular and it's got like the display area for, say, like a cell phone or whatever, or it could even be something that comes from like a car dealership. It's that kind of desk. So the damn thing must weigh about 200 to 300 pounds. and I slammed my big toe into the corner of that and broke my toe. And it was literally me immediately falling on the floor in the fetal position, just going, why? But to make matters worse, because it's a toe, what are you going to do? You go to the hospital, they're going to laugh at you because it's a broken toe. The only thing they're going to do is they're going to tape it to the toe next to it and, you know, give you some aspirin and call it a day. So I taped it up, right? I taped it up myself. Couple days later, now that literally everything hurts and you don't realize how much your toes come into contact with everything until you break one, I'm sitting in the chair again. And I'm doing something on my PC. I don't know what, but I turned to go get out of my computer chair to stand up. And when I turned, my leg moved slightly, just, you know, because that's what typically happens if you move too fast anyway. And my fucking big toe slammed right into the same goddamn corner again. Yeah. That was a really rough couple of weeks. Little toe on a Lego? No, I don't remember that. Makes you wonder who you pissed off and cursed you? Yeah. On the bright side, at least you didn't pull a sober and hurt yourself on a fucking watermelon or something. I mean, there is that, yes. Yeah, I don't remember how you broke your pinky toe on a Lego. That's it, Mittens. I piggybacked a spider worm into the leech process. Ew. And raised your clearance level to clearance level 2. You should be able to access more areas back in the research hub. Roger, it's back to the main elevator with me. Kicked one of these. Oh no, what is this? Hang on. Careful with yourselves. Yikes. Yeah. You kicked one of these. Let's see. Oh, these are the big boys. Yeah, because you store Legos in them, right? How big are these? They don't give you any info on them. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. These things got to be, what, like 2-3 feet wide? We had gaming stuff in it, and it was on carpet, so it didn't move. Ow. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Yeah, that sucks. Like, a lot. Oof. Jesus, yeah, that really sucks. Seven inches in height by 19.5 wide by 9.5 deep. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, and with gaming stuff in it and it being on carpet. Ouch. And gaming stuff can get heavy. Like, really heavy. So yeah, I would imagine that didn't go much of anywhere. I sort of want one, but damn, Aelin might have sworn me off of that. Maybe I don't put it on the floor, right? Oh crap, I almost forgot to mention Susan. Shadowcat appeared to me again. Crumbs, Chief! It said some more weird stuff. Tell me, does the term detritus singularity mean anything to you? Detritus singularity? No, I've not come across that in any of the intel. Care to hazard a guess as to what it means? Well, it's likely a singularity of some sort, and I imagine it pertains to detritus in some way. It's okay, Susie. You can just say I don't know. Fair comment, Chief. Welcome back to Research Hub. I trust you had a lovely time in Separation Lab? Enough chit-chat. Make with the intel. My apologies. I will condense my advice down to the core components. Observation Lab, upper level, go to it. Well, that was brief. Whew. Oh. Not that it matters. Effing toes, effing Lego storage. Still hurts every now and again when it rains. Yeah, I don't doubt it. That shit hurts. Like a lot. Oh. Right. Why does wet and cold make old injuries ache? It's so odd. I think it's because of a change in pressure. I could be wrong on that, but I think that's what it is. Great, now I'm looking at Lego decor. Nice. I've gained access to the observation lab entrance. Magic! Take the elevator up. The airlock is through Dr. Aiden Nyan's office. I was kind of worried, so thank God that camera's there. Nice. Oh, hi again, Mystery Cat. Greetings, Mittens. Do you have a name? Once. But it eludes me now. Well, we can worry about that later. For now, I have one very important question. What the heck, dude? I do not follow. What's going on with the end of possibility and all that? Can you translate it to simple terms yet? The more we converse, the more rooted in reality I feel. Great, then let's converse you into an actually helpful cat. What is the detritus singularity? It is as it sounds. You're worse than Lazy Susan. A companion of yours? Yeah, she's my brainbox hedgehog friend. She helps me out with the technical stuff. I've not seen any hedgehog with or without a box. She's not here. She's back at HQ. We keep in touch by radio. I see. Contact her for me now. What? One sec. Hey, Susan, guess who's having a conversation with a shadow right now? Me? What? No, it's me. I'm talking with Shadowcat. Core, what does it sound like? Like this. Hello, Brainbox Hedgehog. Hello, Shadowcat. How are you communicating with me right now? The headset mic is super short range. Due to my condition, I have affinity with the electromagnetic spectrum. Your condition? You mean this isn't your normal state? Far from it. I am a creature of meat and fur, as are you. The state I am currently in is unfortunate. You look like me when I become theoretical. What happened to you? I have gaps in my understanding. I know that I belong in here, in reality. But being here takes focus and energy. My time is almost up. I must return. Return to where? The Crux. The Crux? What on earth? They've gone, Susan. This is absolutely fascinating, Mittens. I'm not certain, but I think we've been conversing with a theoretical entity. You mean a dual event like me, where one twin is observed? Not quite. I suspect this is not a dual event, but a single event from a theoretical plane of existence. Theoretical plane of existence? Is that what you think the Crux is? Something like that, yes. I've got some research to do. Leave it with me and get on down to Observation Lab. I like how they're actually putting in, like, hard theoretical science. I don't know why that tickles my brain, but it does. Natalie, come on. I'm onto something big here. Cut funding to Separation Lab. They're on a hiding to nothing over there. Nadia is not cut out for this work. I know the score, I know the bottom line. You can count on me. Yours as ever, Aiden. Bone and flesh marionettes. Yes. Tickles because one word nerd. Fair, actually. Separation Lab has made the split fields big deal. Our theoretical detector pads are where the real fun begins. The breakthrough is in realizing that collapsing the superposition by observing one twin doesn't destroy or absorb or whatever the other twin. The unobserved twin continues to exist in a theoretical state. I'm gobsmacked on this one. Kudos to the Observation Lab team for cracking it before Nadia's losers. Impossibility status, no signal detected. What? Oh, shit. Okay. Interesting. I would judge, but I spent an hour earlier reading about the biodiversity of a specific bay in southern Australia. Fair. Okay, Susan, I've arrived at the observation lab. Excellent. Head down to the central area and I'll give you the lowdown on what's to come. Okay, the robot sounds. The robot sounds are doing something. Do you remember, Sober, the Neural Johnson bot song? That's all I can think of. Okay, wait, hang on. You guys got to hear the Neural Johnson bot song. And I know this is an ad for Milton T. Pike 1, but still, it's amazing. Fucking Neural Johnson. Mm-hmm. Okay. We're not playing this song, because that's Brenda's song. We already know the Brenda song. Hang on.
Song's supposed to be like down tempo, but I don't know how to do a down tempo drum solo. So, you know.
Hey, we go. We're going off.
While sitting in queue.
Not that one. No. No. I don't know. I can't find it. That sucks. I don't even know if it's up here. Well, let me check this one. Hang on. No, this isn't it. Anyway, long story short, Milton T. Pike he's got a bot in his channel, and it's called Neural Johnson. And Neural Johnson is I can't remember exactly what kind of AI it is, but long story short, all it does is it takes anything and everything that is said on mic by Milton, as well as anything and everything that is said by chat, and it comes up with some weird shit. Some really, really, really weird shit. So, for a time, Milton was into making music. That's really all it was. And he was making music through FL Studio, and there were a lot of really, really good, like, songs, DMCA-free songs and stuff that he was making. And he made one from something that Neural Johnson said, which was twist my knobs, pull my sliders, Give me a scooter that goes. Wonder if I just do Neural Johnson song. No, that doesn't come up with anything either. Damn it. NJ is so idiot. Oh my god, yes. NJ is... Jesus. He really is. I was watching an old video last night and I had to laugh because his, because Milton's mods are just as crazy as Neural Johnson sometimes. And, I mean, if anybody's ever been in Milton's chat, like, his chat just says outlandish stuff, right? So he just started the stream, and somebody asked him, could you look into the camera and shit your pants in your chair, peepo shy? And he goes, what the fuck? And then one of his mods went, a fart is just a boneless shit. And I was crying. I was laughing so hard. Like, imagine telling someone you just took a boneless shit. A fart is just a boneless shit. That's all you need to know. That is one thing I will always remember. Which I hate that I will remember it, but yeah, a fart is just a boneless shit. There's the head office, Mittens. The only way you'll be able to get into this is from below. We'll worry about that later. For now, just work through the lab sectors. Start in Sector A. Good luck. What? Oh, that's why. Okay. What in the fuck nugget is this? Oh, nice. Well, this is interesting, Susan. Yet another new quantum wonder to behold, eh, Mittens? Split items obey the same rules of observation that I do. They can become theoretical. Amazing, but aren't you observing the item right now? I guess I am. Fascinating. When an observer is itself a dual event, things must get a bit weird. What in the shit am I doing here? Oh boy. Hang on. No. Pick up the... Why can I not pick it up? Oh, because it's in a... Uh-oh. Hang on. Here. Now I can pick it up. Like so. Now it... Oh, no. Okay. Put that there. 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 Oh, ass. Wait a minute. Here. Here, because I have to put it here because it's theoretical. That's what it is. There we go. Oh god, what is this? This looks bad and awful and shit. What? I don't even know. Might be something I'm missing. Or I have to do it. Okay. Fantastic. Wait, how am I... Oh. Oh, okay. Well, that's easy. I was like, oh, I'm fucked. But no, we're good. Or not. Oh, wait a minute. Good. So the elevator works now. Then I can go back and get the key card, wherever that goes. Oh, chevron access? I don't think I need that right now. I might, but I don't think so. I was wrong. I need it. God damn it. Okay, so actually, I got a question for you guys. Got a question for you guys, because I'm assuming this probably isn't going to go on for a whole hell of a lot longer. You know, assuming we don't get derailed every 10 minutes. But we have a couple of choices between what we want to see next. The other day I was in the break area and noticed a colleague dilly-dallying by the snack machine. Road was torn between two possible sandwiches, the egg sandwich and the egg and cress sandwich. I had in my lab coat a prototype probability field monitor device, and it started beeping. It was picking up on Rhodes' indecisiveness, or rather the disruption to the probability field his indecisiveness was causing. Back in my lab, I was able to replicate this disruption. I pondered which twin-propeller airplane was superior, an impossible nut to crack, and by inverting the polarity, generated a new form of energy. This energy is able to inhibit uncertainty. I subjected myself to a stream of the energy, and my indecision was gone. Clearly, the Queen Air 360Q. This is a verdant new area of research indeed. I shall give it the name Heisenberg energy. Okay. So yeah, we got a couple of choices. We got a couple of options. That's probably the better way to put it, as to what you guys would like to see next. One of them... Well, actually, here, just let me list them off, and tell me what you guys think. So, we have Outer Wilds. We also have Replaced, which is that 2.5D cyberpunk game. And then this third one comes with a bit of a caveat. And I wanted to know what you guys thought of this third one as well. The third one is Sons of the Forest. Now, Sons of the Forest would definitely be a long game. But I'm thinking it does do co-op. So what I was thinking is that I think it's up to 4 people in total. So it'd be whoever, starts the game plus 3 other people, right? I'm thinking it'd be fun to do it with 3 other people. Obviously, that'd kind of be like a more long-term thing, because you can't expect everybody to be here every single day kind of deal. So we could easily do other stuff like either Replaced or Outer Wilds. Sons of the Forest is definitely something that can be done, sure, but like Species Unknown, same kind of thing. You have to have everybody there, right? So out of the 3, I'm thinking between Outer Wilds and Replaced. So what do you guys think? Did I pick it up? Oh, I must have. Oh, there we go. I say Replace to give us a puzzle break. That's fair. That's totally fair. You had to nap? No worries, Blue. Hope you had a good nap. Okay. Put them back together. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I know what I gotta do. Oh, boy. Okay. So, he goes here. 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 I mean, yeah, but playing Scrandle doesn't take all that long. Damn, 10 stream streak. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, so... It has to be theoretical, so I only need one. Which is fine. How am I gonna get... No, True's been, he's been on vacation. He checked in the other day. He told us at basically the end of Lego Batman that he was going to be gone for a few days, because he had met somebody and he was going out to meet them. And it had been about a week and we hadn't heard anything, and then he checked in the other day and he extended his stay more than a couple times. So far as we know, he's still doing that, which is fine, but he's fine, he's good. He did check in. He was basically kind of doing a road trip and kind of taking like a hiatus, just to kind of go enjoy life and see the sights and stuff like that with his, I don't know whether they're partner, you know, like whether they're dating or whatnot, but, his new companion. So yeah, he's good. Okay, so what actually matters is do this, but oh shit. But I can't do that, because I got that field there. So I have to do this. Put that in there. Grab this one. Now what if... Okay. Good. Nice. Yeah, True's just off doing True things. He's fine. I was glad he checked in, because honestly we were starting to get worried. But thankfully he is all good. Go in here. Good. Ah, okay, it only opens one way. Gotcha. That makes more sense. Put that in there. Now... don't need that anymore, which is nice. Or maybe I do. Shit. Take this out. But I can't split it. Well, I can... wait, hang on. I can do this. Oh, okay. Wait, how in the fuck? How the hell am I supposed to do this? So... come out of here. Put that in. Move out of there. Grab this one. Drop it. Back here. Here. Good. Now, I can take this one. Put it there, I think. No, I can't. Well, actually, hang on. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So, I do need this one here. No. Here. Then I go and get this card. Oh, okay. Yeah. So then I put this here, right? That's good. And then I take this card, bring it in here, like so. But I need 3 theoretical three theoretical objects? Okay, then I think I know what I gotta do. It sucks, but I know what I gotta do. Okay. So here, here. Put that there. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Put that there. He can come out. Good. Good. Oh, fuck. Here. Split it. Good. Take one of these. Good. Take this one. Put it in there. Take this out. Put it here. This one can go in here. That one can be duplicated. Good. Why can I not pick that up? Oh, because I'm theoretical. That's why. Okay. There. Take this one out. Here. Here. There. Take this card. Almost. There we go. Nice. I'm through Sector A, Susan. Superb. Sector B is next. Follow the lines on the floor. Okay, so I gotta use the computer. Theoretical objects are very slippery customers. Extensive testing, as in I keep forgetting to close my eyes, and the buddy blink system, has revealed that theoretical objects are able to pass through solid matter. The caveat being the possibility that the obstacle could have not been there. Drop a theoretical item on a table and it passes through. Drop one on the floor, however, and it stays. Without the theoretical detector pads, we would likely be awash in undetectable objects. Observation Lab Sector A is online, but let's not rush into this. We're taking it easy to begin with, just some low-key object spitting and buddy blink pairing for safety. Who knows what happens when these objects go theoretical? Big breakthroughs can wait. Let's get the fundamentals worked out first. I'm starting to sound like my sister. What's happening to me? Okay. Another wrinkle to the pie, Susan. Wrinkle to the pie? That's not a real idiom, surely. Be that as it may, I can confirm that theoretical items can pass through things just like I can. That sounds handy. I can imagine a few situations where it'll cause quite a headache, though. Oh, God. Okay, so first I need the thing. So... let's just pull this. Okay. Here. Here. What am I doing? Wait, what? That's... okay, well that didn't do shit. How am I supposed to do this? Oh, I see. Hang on. Go down here. Drop that. There we go. Okay, now... need to drop that. Drop that. Put you over there. Good. That's the problem, so... then that means I have to do this. This. Good. Cory in the House is your favorite RPG. That's a new one. Let's save first. Okay, so I gotta go... ooh. Here. There. Good. Card. There. Put that in there. Nice. Okay. Put that in there. This in here. Sweet. Okay, yeah, that's way too fast. Go figure. God damn it. Okay. No. Go this way. And here. But how do I... Oh, wait, I see. Go here. Go here. Wait, what? Put that down there. Oh, God. Okay. So then that means that he's got to be here. This one's got to be here. Nope. Okay. Here. Here. God damn it. There we go. Okay. Much better. Can bring this with me. It's on the fact that it's on DS to me, I don't know why that's funny, but the hell of a meme back in the day. On Game Facts, it became a bannable offense because people would answer Corey in the house to everything. Oh, was it really that bad? Jesus. It also has a rave review. That's insane. That is batshit insane. Fuck. I can't believe it has rave reviews. That is crazy. Fuck. There were people who inhabited the persona of Corey in the House mega fans, and they never broke character. Best game ever, always. That is insanity to me. Holy shit. Hang on. You know what? Hang on. I'm gonna quit to desktop. Last save is 8 minutes ago. That's fine, because we'll pick up more of this. Give me a second. I want to... God damn it. And of course, Corey in the House is literally the first thing that comes up, which is insane. Okay. It's from Kotaku, but how Corey in the House DS went from bad forgotten game to hilarious meme. A glass box no bigger than the size of a tesseract stands atop two marble-colored obelisks. Inside the glass box is a copy of Cory in the House, the DS adaptation of the Disney Channel sitcom that lasted for 2 seasons between 2007 and 8. Beginning behind it is a regal poster for the nameless show, or for the namesake show. This is a serious shrine for a joke of a game. Okay. How does everyone else set up their Cory in the House displays? A 27-year-old Reddit user from Massachusetts named You Like That, sorry, wrote late last year on the popular forum. More than 72,000 upvotes later, his shrine had proven to be the stuff of legend. When was this made? 2020. Oh, Jesus. The Cory in the House DS game arrived in 2008 after an abbreviated development cycle from a small team at Handheld Games. Like many games of its type, it wasn't likely to be remembered for long. The game was a product designed to fool grandparents and 5-year-olds in Kmart checkout aisles, which was a gambit its development studio perfected in their other young adult adaptations, such as the Cheetah Girls, Popstar Sensations, Nancy Drew Message in the Haunted Mansion, and a tech deck skateboarding game, to name a few. Oh boy. Cory in the House was a bad adventure game wrapped around other brain-dead mini-games. It was not the sort of product that critics needed to spend time reviewing, but some did anyway. IGN settled on 500 words and a 3 out of 10. The writer lamented the controls and, for some reason, the lack of hot girls on the cover. Like everything else in the licensed tie-in boom in the mid-2000s, the game seemed destined to immediately disintegrate upon impact, leaving nothing behind other than the faint, slightly winsome memory of a gaming industry that could sustain smaller players like Handheld Games in the first place. This basically came true in the years afterwards. Handheld Games went belly up in 2009, and Cory in the House has been enshrined as arguably the most ancillary franchise in the Disney empire. It's hard to imagine That's So Raven theme park opening up in Anaheim anytime soon. But something started to change in the early 2010s as those who grew up with the Disney Channel entered their 20s and tempered their nostalgia with caustic bite. Cory in the House, and particularly its DS adaptation, was becoming a meme. What does Cory in the House mean? Wrote a user on Reddit 3 years ago, clearly confused why this very stupid show had become a torchbearer for the culture. It's about a kid who lived in the White House because his dad was a chef there, writes the top upvoted response. It's generally regarded as terrible, and people make fun of the video game based on it and refer to it as an anime for some reason. You can find evidence of that reinterpretation anywhere you look on the internet. Users of anarchic video game forums rated the game's user review aggregators. Today it has a 9.5 average on Metacritic. This game is amazing and saved my life, writes one user. It has an estimated length of over 70 hours on Game Rankings. Cory in the House has been called the perfect anime, and its speed run has been optimized to under an hour. Naturally, that record was logged on speedrun.com by a Twitch user named I Fucking Love Cory in the House, who pointed a video camera at his DS to get footage. You Like That shrine was a perfect part of the chaos. The internet could have fixed its eyes on anyone, but after a few random strokes, it selected Cory in the House and Handheld Games. This remains bewildering for the design staff. Nobody thought anyone would give the game a second look. My first introduction to it even being a thing is I walked into a room and my kids were laughing hysterically at some YouTube video, says Akio Sagawa, former technical artist at Handheld Games. I was like, what are you doing? What are you watching? They're like, Dad, you gotta check this out. I walked over and saw they were watching a Cory in the House playthrough, and I just shook my head. That game was responsible for my rent. They didn't believe that I worked on it. I had to go dig out a copy from the garage. To this day, it's the thing my kids like to tell their friends about. Handheld Games was Sagawa's first job in the industry. He describes the studio as a meat grinder where projects were assigned on ridiculous deadlines. In total, Cory in the House took 7 months to churn out, Jesus Christ, which was common for the company's DS games. I feel fortunate that I can look back on it and smile now, laughs Sagawa. I remember being pretty stressed out at the time. James Lutz, who did animation on the game, had just graduated from the Art Institute of Seattle when he signed on with Handheld. Immediately, he was thrown into an office culture full of other kids straight out of college. Functionally, that meant a lot of crunch. The games industry was the Wild West in the early 2000s. No, it was not. He said, "You were pretty much signing up for overtime to become a pretty normal part of your life. You do that anyway." Early on, while he was still getting his feet wet at a development studio, Lutz found himself in line for a team lead role simply because he had about 3 more months of total experience than the rest of his peers. "I ran with it," he remembers. "It made sense, really. Cory in the House is a show about an anarchic teenager taking up residence in the White House. You could say that Handheld was following through with its own hierarchical debasement. The game's loose collection of mini-games feels detached from any core design praxis. This isn't unexpected if you know the backstory. 7 months is not long enough to make a quality product, no matter how ambitious or well-meaning a design team might be. What I didn't expect was the sheer lengths that people like Lutz and Sagawa were forced to employ in order to meet the ship date. Sagawa initially told me that the mini-games from the Cory in the House were borrowed whole cloth from the spare parts the team had lying around from other projects, but Lutz went even further. The whole game, not just the mini-games, was reskinned from tech we had used on all of our other DS games to that point. The majority of the art was created from scratch, which helped hide some of the reuse, but not really," he said. "By the time we were done making Cory, the quality of Nintendo DS games were improving at a pretty rapid rate. A couple of other studios were proving to be really creative with similar licensed content, so people were less interested in what we were doing. Nobody I spoke to would claim that Handheld fostered a particularly healthy working environment. Constant overtime is slowly becoming taboo in this business, but Lutz, like Sagawa, is able to reminisce on some of the crunch fondly in the same way that I retain a few glistening memories from the year I spent working in a pizzeria." I think they're adding a little bit too much of their own shit here, but that's fine. "The company had money coming in pretty steadily, but expectations were always out of any kind of realistic scope," he says. "That frustration also gave employees a bond that's pretty hard to explain. Constantly going through the fire together forged some pretty strong relationships. This is what happens in your early 20s. You're young and usually still unburdened from parenting duties, retirement equity, and a veteran sense of how an office is supposed to function. In that bondage, there is freedom. Let's describe the Handheld headquarters in a way that reminds me of a dorm hall during finals week. We spent a ton of time at the local pub taking breaks to beat the hell out of each other in the parking lot with LARPing equipment, a breakfast syrup drinking contest, an animal cracker eating challenge that ended pretty unceremoniously," he says. "One time they stole sleds from a neighboring company and took off for a small hill near the office. Anything to break the tension from the constant deadlines." Lutz said he learned early to stop reading reviews of his work. Everyone in Handheld was committed to the idea of building a respectable product, but you can only be set up to fail so many times before realizing the fix is in. Eventually, he says, everyone started to treat the studio as just a job. "I honestly regret taking most things as seriously as I did," he adds, which is fair. The resurgent memedom of Cory in the House has served as a mini reunion for ex-handhelders. Old colleagues after reconnecting over Facebook as they witness the second act of a game that never had a chance in the first place. "It's crazy to think about the game finding this whole other life without us ever being able to plan for it," finished Lutz. "I know the Disney Channel was very popular with tweens at the time, so it doesn't surprise me that it would be relevant for so many people, but I would have never assumed that their nostalgia would have included the game. I'm one of those tweens that Lutz speaks of, and I felt I had a native grasp on exactly what Cory in the House inspires in my kin. To me, it's the disarming warmth of all the terrible licensed games we played as kids, crossed with the lethal irony that seems to blanket every internet joke, especially those that pertain to children's media. With that context, I did not expect to reach out to You Like That, the Redditor responsible for Cory in the House Shrine, and find the one and perhaps only authentic mega fan of the series." What the fuck? Here's how he explained it to me. It was the late 2000s and he had just bought a DS to play Pokemon Platinum. To celebrate, his friend purchased him a copy of Cory in the House as a joke. He never ended up playing much Pokemon, but the Cory in the House cartridge stayed in his DS for weeks. While I do understand Cory in the House is now a meme, at the time it was just a fun, mindless game that made me laugh with those classic one-liners, he told me. As someone who appreciates the sense of humor the show provided, the game itself mirrored the comedy quite well. Today, You Like That says he's planning another post that features a brand new shrine. Redditors sent him a ton of Cory in the House memorabilia after he first went viral. He wants to showcase it all like the official curator for a TV show that was never supposed to be memorialized. Let that be a testament to the work done by Handheld Games. Video games are strange creations. You never know who you're going to touch, even if you're crunching to get a dodgeball minigame into a That's So Raven spinoff. This game weirdly has a pretty big impact on my life, said You Like That. I'm glad to see it still being recognized, even if only as a meme. I don't know if... So, and maybe it's because I'm older, I don't know. But this would be like somebody saying that Atari's E.T. is a fantastic game. You know what I mean? Like, that's just weird to me. To me, that's just really, really weird. And like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I get it where it would be a meme because the dude was like, oh yeah, no, I made a shrine. You know what I mean? Like, I get the meme, I understand the meme, but then for people to go so nuts with it that they went on Metacritic and they rated it a 9.5, which is insane. And then others saying it's the best anime of all time. And like it's like, if you took Atari's E.T., which literally has been done to death on video game review channels on YouTube and different forums and review sites and everything else, and you went, oh hey, I have my shrine up for Atari's E.T. It's like, why? I'm so confused by this one. Even beat Sega Genesis Aladdin. Hey, I liked Sega Genesis Aladdin. I thought it was great. That's so weird. That is so weird to me. That is so weird. I don't get it. Maybe it's just because I'm older. Even that greatness, oh god. That is so fucking weird. That is so weird. I don't understand, like, I just don't understand why it took off. Like, I mean, there was kind of like a little thing to this kind of craze. And this is the last thing I'll say and then we'll call it. But like, did anybody ever actually end up watching the Angry Video Game Nerd movie? Other than me? Because, like, that's where... Okay, so that's literally, he's, he plays the nerd. Everybody and their mother wanted him for years and years and years to review the Atari E.T. game. And he wouldn't do it. So he did research on it, and it became this whole thing, right? And in the movie, he did all this research on it and everything else because it's rumored, it's never been confirmed, but IRL, it's rumored that the game was so bad that it was that all of that, like the majority of the games that were still held on to by Atari were just literally, they made their own landfill and buried it. And I think it was Alamogordo, New Mexico. Like literally never to be seen again. Unless you already owned one, kind of deal. And then everybody and their mother in the movie, because he went to go look for it, wanted to get their hands on this game. And that's the whole thing. It wasn't that it was it wasn't that it was a good game. It was that it was so bad that everyone wanted to get their hands on this game because obviously it wasn't made anymore, right? And the majority of them were scrapped. So when they found them in the landfill, everybody went nuts trying to get their hands on a copy of it, which I never understood. But again, maybe it's just because it was so bad. Like to say, I have literally the worst game of all time kind of deal. It's just really weird to me. That rumor's true, is it? Did Atari bury E.T. in the desert? Yes, okay, it is true. Facing an overwhelming surplus of unsold and returned merchandise, they quietly hauled thousands of game cartridges to a landfill in Alamogordo, New Mexico, and buried them. Yeah, and it's often cited as one of the worst video games ever made. Holy shit. For decades, the exact location of the dumping site was lost. Because there were no official records, the event was widely dismissed as an urban legend. Rumors also claimed that Atari had covered the dumped games in poured concrete to keep people away. In 2014, a team of filmmakers and archaeologists officially excavated the site. They uncovered thousands of perfectly preserved Atari cartridges, confirming the legend was real. No shit. Wow. While E.T. is the most famous game, so yeah, that's why, associated with the site, Atari also buried other surplus games, including copies of Pac-Man, Centipede, and Defender. No shit. Wow, okay. I don't know if I would call this perfectly preserved. Maybe that's just me. I don't see that as perfectly preserved, but okay, sure. But all right, that's it for me. I do want to thank everybody for being here tonight. Really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the kindness and generosity thus far this week. You guys have been absolutely insane, and I absolutely appreciate the hell out of every single one of you. I'm hoping we're getting close to the end of Schrodinger's Cat Burglar. It's been a great game. It really, really has. But yeah, I think we'll probably do Replaced after it to kind of give us a break from puzzle games for a little bit. So yeah, I will be back later on today. And we had Bloop, we had Sober, we had Aylin, Corgi. I hope you're doing better, dude. And yeah, definitely take care of yourself. We had Fafo, we had Spectre, we had Bleach. We had a bunch of awesome people. We really, really did. And to any and all of the lurkers, appreciate the hell out of all of you. You guys are great. I will be back tomorrow, and until I see you, or later on today, and until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course the number one golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you later on. Thanks so much, everybody. Have yourselves a great night. Take care. I'm out. Bye, guys.